All right, let's see. Is this gonna work now? Bear with me for a moment. Okay. Should be up and running now. Okay. So I'm using a tripod here, so I'm hoping that the volume's going to be coming through clearly. I'm not sure if it's blocking like the volume port, but it should be working fine based on what I can see on the screen. Um, Let me see here. No, I'm just getting some text on Discord over to my side here. Um, but yeah, I initially scheduled this live stream for 6 o'clock, but I was able to go live about an hour and 20 minutes early today. So I figured why not, right? So I don't know how long this is going to be. I don't know the subjects of discussion. I had a couple things on the top of the head that I wanted to mention. If I feel like it, I might open the panel. Somebody wants to come up with a question or a comment, subject to your choice. But um, but yeah, we'll see how I'm feeling. I might bring somebody up, but it will depend. So one thing I was looking for earlier, right? So I was looking on YouTube to see like what people are talking about, because I would imagine just like any other day of the week, like say for instance, like on Monday at like 10 a.m. or Thursday at like 12 in the afternoon, you can look on YouTube or look up StreamYard or look up Openpanel and then click the live button, and you'll get like 30 different channels that are currently doing a live stream, right? So I thought that possibly on a Saturday I would, get lucky too and, find some good channels to join and have a conversation. So I literally looked around for like a good hour. I looked around for a good hour, and the way you do it is you just click on a stream that might look interesting, and you listen for like 10 minutes to see what's going on there. And if it's nothing interesting, just move on to another one. And if it's something interesting, then maybe you could click the link and add on to the conversation being had. So I looked around for a damn hour today, and there's literally nothing, right? There's literally nothing on the entirety of YouTube. There's literally nothing but a bunch of garbage and brain rot, right? Skibbity toilet brainwashing, and brain rot. You know what I'm saying? Like, say, for instance, I found this one channel where they're sitting on there talking about, the presidential election and how they wish it was different. It's like, wishing it was different. It's like, well, why the hell even go back over the presidential election if that was, a couple months ago? You know what I'm saying? So, like, why the hell, spend 3 hours that they were live for to, do a damn recap if, the shit's already in the past? You know what I'm saying? Or a whole nother stream I found, I believe it was like a Muslim stream or something. And just on there talking about a whole bunch of garbage, a whole bunch of drama and garbage, and it pissing me off. So I was like, you know what? Why the hell don't I just do my own live stream? Because nobody else on YouTube is making any damn sense with what they're saying right now. You know what I'm saying? I see a couple people in the chat here. Hey, how's it going, Alfred? Glad to see you here. How you doing, GTF? Glad to see you here. So, yeah, it just, I find it strange to me, like how is it literally nothing on YouTube, right? What the funny thing is, like usually when I'm not available to join a live stream, there's like 20 good channels live, doing a discussion. But of course, the time that I have available in order to join a live stream, there's nothing good going on, right? Like, it's just funny how that works out sometimes, right? So, oh, and then a whole nother thing I got to talk about, which is very similar to that, is this other channel I stopped and was watching for maybe 10 minutes. I don't remember the names of these, brain rot channels or whatever. But I was listening to it, and they were actually talking about um like Islam or something, right? So I was just listening to the conversation for a couple minutes, but I happened to notice, how say for example, if you look underneath me, you'll see like a sliding comment, not Chris on the side. Hey, how you doing, Chris? Glad to see you here. But you see at the very bottom of the screen where I put feel free to ask your questions or comments, right? It's a little slide that I could turn it on or off if I decide to do so. But I happened to look at the bottom of the other live stream I was watching, and it was saying, all the content, on this channel is not available for, you to play on your channel. You're not allowed to play it on your channel. It's like, okay, uh, it's like, why are people so stingy when it comes to the content? By the way, I see somebody in the back chat. I can bring you up here, but you're gonna have to wait like maybe 5 minutes so I can just go on this little rant about this. And then if you wait patiently, I can bring you up here. Thank you very much. So what I find funny is it's like, well, why do they care if somebody like re-uploads like say a 30 second clip from their channel or a 5 minute clip from their channel? It's not like, the person's actually, losing money from that. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't get why these guys are so stingy where, like, say for instance, like it's the equivalence of, let's say if somebody comes on my stage and we have a good conversation and they ask me, can I re-upload it on my channel? And then I tell them, oh well, no, you can't. That's like, well, why couldn't they? Right? Why couldn't they just take the conversation and re-upload it? Like, I don't get how anybody's losing out from that. But again, a lot of these guys, it seems, are just about, money, right? A lot of these guys are just about money. Yeah, Black Rabbit in the back chat, I see you there. Just give me a moment or two, and I can bring you up there. I see you. But yeah, like I'll give you another example. Like there was this popular channel on YouTube. It's called the Impossible Channel. And what I did back with the 2024 solar eclipse, I took literally a 2 minute clip from one of his videos. And remember this right here. I gave this guy the credit for the video. I gave the guy the credit for the video. In the comment section said, go check him out. This is the original content on this channel. And the guy tells me, well, can you remove that? I was like, okay, cool. It's no problem. But I just find it weird though. Like, how is it that I'm not allowed to upload a 1 or 2 minute clip from your page, and I literally give you the full credit for the video, and I literally am making nothing from it, and the clip has like 50 views that I got on it in like 2 months. You know what I'm saying? So I just find that stingy and just just doesn't seem very fair. How some of these people act on here. So let me see just a second. Yo, can you hear me?
Yeah, you talking to me?
Yes, sir.
Oh shit, yeah, I can't hear you, but I'm kind of confused on how to. Oh, there you go. What's going on? I don't remember your username, my friend.
You can call me Nathan or ETT, your choice.
Nathan, my friend. I forgot his name. I think it says his name's Andrew. I have it on Discord. He referred me to you to watch this stream. I don't want to close it because I won't be able to see his username, and I don't want to leave the call. But what's going on, brother? What do we talk about here?
Yeah, that's cool. Let me just refresh my mind. I'm not sure of an Andrew because I'm in a lot of different servers on Discord. So, did you come from like a Christian Discord, or like what type of Discord
No,
did your friend Andrew in?
I met this guy, and I forgot his name. He is not Jesus Christ lover. What's his username? I have a TBI. I've been through a lot of trauma in my life, so my memory is kind of shot. Here,
Right, I hear you.
let me end this, and then I'm gonna go find his name, and then
It's all right, man. I mean, you don't have to give
he,
me the exact name.
he wanted to be on the call with me.
Oh, okay. I mean, yeah, if you want to send them my way, that's fine. I can bring both of you up here.
Yeah, yeah. So I'm gonna end the call for now, and then I'll go
Yeah,
get him.
that's cool. I put the link in the chat here. Let me see if I can. Yeah, the link's in the chat. If you need it redone, just let me know and I can redo it.
Okay. I think I'm good. I'll let you know. All right. See you. I'll be
All right,
back.
cool, cool. All right, so I'll give him a chance to hop back up here. So while he's doing that, I will address some of these comments coming by. All right, cool. I believe that's the brother from the that just called in. It's a new face. Never seen that guy before. Lion of Judah asked, "Do you watch Richie from Boston? Is he back on YouTube?" I know about the guy, but I really don't watch him. Like I know about him though. I've seen him on YouTube over the last decade, but I don't really watch him. But I know about the guy. Yeah, he's back. Who's back? You talk about Impossible Channel. Oh, friend of J and LOPs. Okay, okay. Here, bear with me for a second. If y'all can let me know if the volume is working smoothly, because I'm putting this on a tripod here, so I'm hoping that that doesn't cause a problem. Okay, so this other individual on here with the Chinese writing, that's your friend, right?
Defender of the Truth is his name on Discord. His name
Okay.
is Andrew.
Okay, I'm gonna bring this other person on because I'm not sure who this is.
Hello,
Yo, yo,
hello, hello.
yo, I hear you.
Yeah,
Okay, how you doing, man?
that's not him, but yeah, I got you.
I was referred here by the Defender of Truth.
Okay, so here's what I'm gonna do. I can I see the three of you here. So there's somebody named Drew that just came on. You got
I'm
Black
assuming that's
Rabbit
him.
and the other the Chinese letter. So I can let all three of you up. I don't have a problem with that. Like
All
if
right.
any of you got a question or comment or a subject of conversation, we can bring that up. But first, since the first caller was Black Rabbit, I'll give him a chance if he has something to bring up first because he was the first person
I have an
who
interesting
called in.
perspective, a question that I'm questioning constantly, because I love theology. Let's just say I love God, and I don't I call myself unorthodox orthodox, and that's because I like to study into everything. I grew up atheist, and then 21 I had the Holy Spirit come onto me and all that. What's your perspective on Muslims? I've been to a mosque. I'm still studying the Quran. I'm barely studying it, but I want to get into studying the Quran more, not to agree with it, but to understand and to find the misunderstandings within it.
Yeah, I mean, I'd say that I only subscribe to the scriptures, but I wouldn't sit on here and attack Islam like how I see all these other Christian channels
Yeah,
on
I know. I
YouTube.
think it's so. Sorry. I think it's. I when I see them, like I have my another friend. He's I forget his username. He's always getting banned. He's 16 years old, and I love his spirit. I love his. I mean, not his spirit. I love his heart. You know where his heart's at. But like, it's just he's just so like f you stupid Muslims and all this. I'm like, dude, that's not how you're gonna win them over. That's the opposite of the of what Christ taught.
Right, right. I hear you. Like, say for instance, it doesn't get anybody anywhere by just, sitting around and, name calling and just, calling people names. Like,
Exactly.
that just doesn't get us anywhere. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's
Yeah.
just more rational to just have a friendly dialogue, even though it might be subject to disagreement. It might just be more rational to just have a conversation without, all the, emotional, name calling and slander and all of the
Yeah.
such.
It gets no one anywhere. It just so I call myself the Black Rabbit because I like to dig people down. I'll leave it at this: is I like to dig people down my rabbit hole of questions, and if they're willing to go down into the rabbit hole, when they hit the bottom, they will find the either the way, the truth, or the life, or just God at the end of the day, you know.
Right. Right.
And yeah, that's my thing is if I ask you the question, give me a straight answer. Don't beat around the bush. Don't make jokes. Just
Right.
answer the questions, and eventually you'll realize the truth. Maybe
Right.
the
I agree with you on that. I agree. Yo, Jack, well, how do you spell it? Devani or something like that? But I'll call him Jack. You said in the back chat that you're only atheist on here. What's your question or comment? Where do you come from? You find us on YouTube or someone sending you it on Discord?
Oh, hi. Yeah, I just found you guys on YouTube. I was just asking if I was the only atheist on here. But yeah, I found you guys on YouTube. I thought I'd join in.
All right, that's cool, man. That's cool. Yeah, I opened the panel for, anybody's welcome to call in, Christian, Muslim, atheist, agnostic, Hindu, any of them are welcome to call in and, engage in the conversation. I see Drew and another brother on here of Chinese lettering. If one of you want to add into anything to the discussion, you're free to chime in.
Yes. Does anybody want to add? Because I do have a question.
I'm
No,
trying
you
to.
can go ahead, man. You can go ahead.
Okay. So this is the question for the host. What usually deems a person to judge or condemn another based on whether it be credentials or whatever thing so let me explain it. Like, there are people in the world who will tend to judge or condemn somebody based on their experiences, their level within the community, or how people look at them. Because in today's society, we do have a lot of communities that tend to give somebody the rights to feel like they can judge another person's life or condemn them based on their merit to life. And I know the Bible does say only God can judge, but in a world where there is a lot going on and sometimes things may go unnoticed, people do deem certain people to judge people. So I just want to know, in your opinion, what makes somebody that type of character or person where you can give them the right to judge another person? Do you understand where I'm coming from?
Yeah, I get what you're saying. There's a verse I'll try to find it if I can on the side, but it says that if you do judge, judge righteously. So something that we shouldn't do, like if you read, what is that? Exodus 23 verse 1. It says, "Don't follow a multitude of people in a false judgment." Right. So if we see people going around, judging somebody for something they're doing that doesn't go against the scriptures, we shouldn't follow those people in that type of, false narrative. But if we do see somebody going around and they're, doing something that's against the scriptures, then you do have a right to correct that person, right? You can sit there and correct the person. That doesn't mean you have to physically attack the person, but you can correct them if you can see they're doing something that is against the scriptures. Like, I'll give you an example. Like the other week, I joined a live stream and there was a brother who was talking about like dietary restrictions and diets and stuff like that. And he was like, yeah, sometimes I eat pork, but other times I don't. And I just told him, but hey man, you can make your own choices, but if we're going to keep it according to the scriptures, you should cut out that pork altogether, because the scriptures speak about not consuming that when you read Leviticus 11. So that's an example of somebody doing something that did go against the scriptures, so you can correct them on that, and
But
try to get them on the right path. That's my answer for you.
2 cents on that one. What are your thoughts on Acts 10? And God saying that all meats are clean.
Okay. Here for
I'll
a sec.
find I'll find the verse for you.
Yeah,
Um,
I'm familiar with Acts 10. If you read verse 28, I got it pulled up here. And it said this is the conclusion of the subject in discussion, right? With when Peter got that vision, about the the meats that came down on that blanket, it actually represented something else. This is verse 28. It says, and he said unto them, you know how it is an unlawful thing for a man that is a Jew to keep company or come unto one of another nation, but God has shown me that I shall not call any man common or unclean. So the vision that Peter got, it was a metaphor. It was a metaphor for people, that he shouldn't refer to any man as common or unclean, going off verse 28. So yeah, I wouldn't say that the chapter is talking about eating unclean food, because in context it's talking about just a parabolic vision that God gave Peter. That's my response for it.
I'll say thank you for the insight.
No problem. Yeah, Drew, if you got something, or Jack, you're welcome to speak at any time.
Okay. Yeah, I got you. Yeah, I was gonna say, yeah, I don't know if you remember me. We talked, like, I think it was like a few months ago, and kind of just asked you some questions, and I'm friends with Lope and Jay. So that's the last time we talked. It was probably like a couple or 3 months ago, but yeah.
Yeah, were you that brother who called in and was saying that you came out of the free grace movement, or was that someone?
Yeah,
Yeah.
I heard all the stuff you said about like Hebrew Israelite stuff, and I was starting to like, it was taking me a while to like comprehend it, because I was like I heard what y'all said, but I was more so like, Christ will, forgive me, and like, the one saved always saved thing. I mean, I'd been talking to someone on Discord, right? His name's Sam, and he was telling me, I mean, he had been preaching the same thing for a while since I met him, like back in 2021, and he was like, oh yeah, all it takes is like believe, but I noticed with these so-called Christians, like they all have like, these similar doctrines. Like, you'll ask a Christian, like, oh, what do you think about flat earth, or what do you think about this? Like, you can tell that like there's like a different, they're like, it's like a different type of like group of people compared to people who are actually like reading, within the scriptures and know what they're talking about, as opposed to like what the churches are saying, or like, the common so-called Christian, So yeah.
Right. Actually, that's a good thing to comment on there. I'll add on to what you're saying. Yeah, a lot of people that go to church, they really don't read the Bible themselves. Like, I'll give you a fact. The two most popular days out of the year that people actually go to church is on Easter or Christmas, right? That's like the only 2 days out of the year that most people would get off the couch and actually go to church, right? Most people won't put in the effort to go like every other weekend, right? But most people just hear what the pastor got to say and just believe what he's saying. Like, I'll give you an example. Like, down the street from where I'm at, there's churches flying that rainbow flag, and then they're flying posters saying, we don't judge, right? Jesus doesn't judge, so we don't judge. You can come as you are. But the Bible says Christ clearly taught that you had to repent, and follow the law. Like, say for example, when you read Matthew 19, start at 16, when that rich young ruler came to Christ and asked him, what do I have to do to receive everlasting life? And Christ told him, hey, if you want to enter into eternal life, you got to keep the commandments. So Christ didn't tell him, and just, believe that I, will die and rise again. That's not what Christ told him. Christ told him, if you want to live forever, you got to live by God's commandments. So, I mean, the Christian church is just in disconnect with the Bible. And, it really is sad, that there's all these people out here, like, say, for instance, Perry Green. Everybody can know who that dude is. Maybe the new folks might not know, but it's this guy that basically teaches that, you can do anything you want in Jesus, as long as you don't call what your actions sin, it's not sin anymore. So, he'll sit there and tell his kids, oh, as long as you believe in Jesus, you're saved forever. And then they grow up believing that, God doesn't care about their actions anymore, and whatever they do is all fine and squeaky clean. It don't matter. Like, a lot of people are going to find out that that's not the case. I'll bring up one more verse and then I'll throw it to anybody who wants to chime in. But literally, you can debunk the whole doctrine by going to the last page of the Bible. It literally says, Revelation 22 and verse 12, Christ said, I'm coming back and I'm going to judge every man according as his works shall be. So, I mean, that's a cut right there, that you're getting judged off of your actions in life, not just out of repeating one or two things after, a pastor on Sunday. So that's just ridiculous. Anybody else can chime in.
What do you say? What do you say if like like I still eat pork and I still masturbate and I'm a little very blunt and straight to the point. What's it called and all that, you know. But I've denied a lot of the officials because I've sensed. I'm not trying to be a liberal here or a freaking woke here, but yeah, I've sensed the unrighteousness. I've sensed the evilness within them. So I kind of just like it's like I had a gut feeling, uh, you know, because of my whole like I found God at 21, literally about 3 days after my 21st birthday. You know, I had the Holy Spirit come onto me, and I wasn't at a church. I was, you know, having been homeless since 18 and all that. I uh, I um, I was just working as a dishwasher, and I feel like a lot of the things I've done in my life was for justice, at least justice at first for what I believe was justice, and now it's just justice in the name of Christ, in the name of God, you know, and and yeah, and I only care about the truth, and I metaphorically spit on in the face to anybody that doesn't support the truth or doesn't follow the truth, that doesn't follow God's law. You know, I do get smiteful at times, and I get confused whether my smite is righteous. I'm dyslexic. It's hard for me to study. That's why I have my own Discord server. I would love to invite you to that one. And what's it called? You know, I made my own church on the Discord on purpose because I find, let's call it the voices in my head. What's it called? I find that I learn best through other disciples than just you know actually sitting down and reading because then I'm ADHD as too, and I know that's just a label that I bring onto myself, but it's hard for me to sit down and actually focus. So I rely on like try to do Bible studies with my friends online. You know, instead of just going, I go to church, but like you know, it's very wishy washy and all that, and I'm not a huge fan of the church today. And all that.
Yeah, man. Well, hell, I'll tell you. I used to go to the Seventh Day Adventist Church and the Catholic Church, which I actually went to Catholic school for like a year or two growing up. But once I started to read the Bible for myself, I found out that the churches have a misconception about a vast majority of the stuff that they teach in there. That doesn't mean they're lying on purpose. It just
No,
might
no,
some of
but
them might be misinformed as to what they're
Such
actually
as
teaching.
such as what?
So, such as
What
who said that?
what
so
is the Catholic Church
practices.
misinformed about?
Is that Jack the atheist that said that?
Yeah, because what I'm hearing from you guys is you're talking about truth and interpreting the Bible and everything. And so I'm asking the question, well, how do you know that your interpretation of the Bible is correct? Like,
Well,
see,
I'll say
if
this.
I
If
was a
everybody-
Christian, I would probably be a Catholic or an Orthodox, and I would say that the Catholics or the Orthodox actually have like an unbroken chain of authority and magisterial teaching that has gone back since the beginning. Like you could trace it back to like the church fathers. And
It
this
came.
way, we
Think,
wouldn't have to like disagree with people that are happy to be Calvinists or Methodists or Lutheran or Catholic. There'd just be like one authoritative teaching. And so that's what I'm asking. Like, how do you know that your
well, let me
interpretation
ask you on that.
is correct?
How could you say? But real quick, Jack, how could you say that it was unchanged since the Christ time? If even the most recent Pope, Pope Francis, which recently passed, he said, that all religions can take you to God. And then he also said that the church needs to be, open and accepting to some of these people living some of these, perverse lifestyles that the Bible teaches against, right? He taught that we should be open to that as
But
the
he did not
Catholic Church.
change. There's a
So that
difference between.
real quick, let me finish real quick. So I'm just showing that today there certainly seems to be a push away from the Bible to accept some of these things in contradiction to it. Mike's yours.
Okay, so there's a difference between like changing doctrine and then changing like a pastoral response to certain social issues. For instance, the Pope never said that being gay wasn't intrinsically disordered. The Catholic Church has always taught that it's intrinsically disordered and that sodomy is a sin and they do not accept gay marriage. However, what the Pope has said is no one should be killed for being gay. Being gay should not be illegal, legally speaking. People should not be incarcerated for the fact of their sexual orientation. But he in no way was talking about, oh, now we have changed our doctrine and we accept homosexuality as a
Well,
legitimate
just to
sexual
correct you on
orientation.
that, the church up the street from me, when I asked them about it, they're open and accept it. Matter of fact, as I stated earlier, they're
Was this a
flying a
Catholic
rainbow
church?
flag outside of the church.
Was this
Yeah,
a
So it
I'm
Catholic
seems
church?
like
same
they're
Episcopal
accepting it,
church.
right?
I've been to a lot of.
Wait, was this a Catholic church?
Yeah, yes, sir.
Okay,
That's
this is a Catholic church, and you said it did what now?
They're flying the pride flag outside of the church, like
Flying a
a.
pride flag outside of a church doesn't necessarily mean that you
That
will
means they're in agreement
marry
with it.
them.
Why else would they have the
No
flag?
Catholic church is marrying homosexuals in the church. Like, if that were to happen, the priests would be defrocked. Like, that's not happening. If the
I mean,
priest or the
I've seen it happen in the Catholic Church. Like, say for
it
instance,
hasn't happened.
wait,
They've
but
been
Jack,
defrocked for
hold
doing
up a
so.
second, hold up, just chill out for a second. So, what if the Catholic Church, which has 1.4 billion members, the most popular Christian denomination in the world, if they're not allowing those people to marry in some degree or another, well, what other church are they going to get married at? Because typically, it's Catholic churches that are on like every street corner. It's like, what other ones are they going to get
Okay,
ordained?
so there are Catholic churches that are Catholic in name only and do not fall under the Holy See, and they're not in line with the Pope. They don't receive funds from the Vatican. They call themselves Catholic. They either call themselves like the old Catholics or some other version of like the new Catholics, something like that, or open and all to homosexuality, or maybe they might be going to an Episcopal church, or they might be marrying outside of a Catholic church and just going to a Catholic mass. But doesn't mean that a priest can validly marry somebody that is a homosexual in a homosexual union. Like, the Catholic Church does not allow that. It's not in their rubric. It's not in their catechism. So it's just not a thing.
I don't have the right words for it or the right labels, but didn't the Pope, like, I'm gonna use the word ordain, but I know that's probably not the word. But didn't the Pope like accept the Episcopalian Church?
Well, as
No,
I
he
said
so
earlier,
so so he
the Pope said that all religion can take you back to God. So it seems like he
so
was
what
accepting
the
all
Pope
religions to
meant
some
by
degree.
that, and like, because the Vatican actually clarified that statement. Because every time Pope Francis said something, like, a bunch of traditionalist Catholics got pissed off and were like, "Hey, what's this about?" And the Vatican has actually clarified what Pope Francis meant by that. Pope Francis was saying that all truth is God's truth, and that Christ saves, and that only people that are saved through the death and resurrection of Christ on the cross, but that God, in his infinite mercy, could choose, if he so wanted to allow other people from other faiths to go to heaven.
Well, just a side note on that, like with that statement, where would you say the truth for God is in like Hinduism or Satanism? Would you say that God can be found in one of those?
I would say that if first of all, I don't believe in God. I'm just trying to defend what the Catholic Church is teaching,
Well,
right?
yeah, I'm asking you based on what you're saying from the Catholic Church. Would you say that they're saying that God can be found in a Hinduism or a
I think that there are things that Hindus believe and there are things that a lot of faiths believe that are very similar, if not the same, as what Christians believe. For instance, like honor your father and your mother. Don't murder, right? Don't covet. These are things
Right.
that can be found in many faiths. And so
Right.
like those particular truths, we would call that what Aquinas would say like natural law. And so that would be in accordance with natural law. What they are not in accordance with
Do you believe
is
we
like
have that in
the
Satanism?
particulars about Jesus Christ or like theology. Where they disagree on theology.
Right. So you're saying because they have like a couple correlations, like say for instance, maybe you can find like 5 of the laws out of the 10 commandments in Hinduism, right? So you're saying that they think that they're like correlated in some sense of the word.
I'm saying that it's been taught since the beginning that if a person is a good person and through no fault of their own has not heard the gospel, God could still save them. And if God saves them, it's through the death and resurrection of Christ on the cross and the church that he established.
No, I
But
don't think
even
that.
though they would not have been formally baptized, God in his infinite mercy still could have saved them. That's what the Pope was getting at.
Okay, so I disagree with baptisms being necessary. I think baptism is more of a spiritual thing than an actual.
Yeah,
Um,
I would agree with you on that. That today it's more so a spiritual thing, right? Being baptized today is more so spiritual, right? A spiritual walk with Christ, compared to, like, say, for instance, like I know people out here who did physically get baptized in water, like, say, 5, 6 years ago, and you ask them today if they still follow Christ. Some of them say they don't anymore. So, I mean, it shows just because they got baptized, it doesn't mean they changed their life around and actually follow after Christ. Because you come back to them, 5, 10 years later, they might find out that they don't believe anymore. Like, say, for instance, like I had a buddy of mine growing up who was a Christian, but I talked to him recently that dude believes in Hinduism now and rejects Christ. So it shows you that people can change and lose their faith. Like a good verse on it is what is that? First Timothy 4 verse 4 says, "No, brethren, that in the last days some will depart from the faith." So that proves that well, that's a cut on once saved, always saved, just to start, because some people are falling away at the end. So that proves they're not forever saved. And the Bible teaches that it's a narrow path to life. So it's not a path that's for like 1.4 billion people to find, right? Which that would cut the Catholic Church and throw them out of there. But according to the Bible, the path to the truth, the path to the kingdom, is a narrow path, and only a few find it. All you gotta do is read Matthew 7:13, right? It talks about the path to the kingdom is on a narrow path, but the path leading to destruction is a broad path to follow.
Yeah, but Christ taught in parables. Christ taught and often used like
But real quick,
hyperbole
but
and
I'm
Jack,
gonna use that
exaggeration
concept.
to
I'm
prove a
gonna use
point.
that concept. Parables, yeah, exactly. But what's the parable there? If you deny God's law and you follow your own will instead of God's will, what are you gonna do? You're gonna go drinking. You're gonna go drinking every freaking
Well,
day.
this is what
Why?
I'm
Because drinking's fun.
right, but this is what I'm saying. You guys can't even agree on how to interpret the Bible because you lack authority from any kind of church. If you guys agreed on like what church to go to and followed like church fathers or church teaching that had been like handed down since the apostles, then okay, I'd be inclined to believe you guys. But it seems like
okay,
you
but
guys are all
Jack,
Protestants.
here's your flaw though, Jack. Is like, say for instance, there's groups I watch on the internet. Like, say for instance, the Son the Funders camp, GMS, Sakari. They have heads of their camp that they all teach the same thing. So this right here that you're watching, this is an open panel for people of opposing views to come on and have conversation, right?
Right.
So of course we're not all in agreement on here. Well, first of all, I've just met the 3 of you just like 20 minutes ago, So this on here is an open panel for dialogue. Could be disagreement in doctrines, right? But if you join an actual church or a organization, y'all would teach the same thing, right? So I don't think it's really fair to say that the organizations are in disagreement when the organizations are in agreement among their own members.
But they are in disagreement among like key
With each other,
things.
but not among their own congregation and followers, though.
Oh no, even among their own followers. I mean, how
Yeah,
many
but
percentage
okay,
of those
Jack, here's the
1.4 billion
hypocrisy, though.
Catholics
Even from
don't even
your
believe in the real presence of the Eucharist?
But real
right?
quick,
And
Jack, even from your perspective with atheism, scientists are in disagreement with each other about the say the beginning of life or beginning of the universe. They give different theories that they agree or to disagree with from around the board, right? They can't all agree as to how life began, how the
sure.
universe began. So even from your view, where you get your information about the universe and beginning of life and evolution, even they're not in agreement with one another. So again, I don't think it's rational and fair to attack the churches and say they're in disagreement when atheism and the science to back that is in disagreement itself.
Well, I mean, the thing is that if I was an all-powerful God and I was all-knowing, then I would write a book in which there was no ambiguities. There would be no room for alternate interpretation. So to
But
me,
there's where
this
you're incorrect
indicates
though,
that
because the Bible states in Matthew 13 verse 10, the apostles asked Christ, "Why do you speak to the people in parables?" And Christ said, "Because to you it's given to know the mystery of the kingdom of heaven, but to the masses of people it was not given to know." So that's why the Bible is written in parables and metaphors, because it's not supposed to be something you're going to be easily able to figure out. Like I'll give an example. Like the one brother came on earlier and asked about Acts 10, right? And I explained, well, that was written in a certain way, but it was actually a parabolic meaning behind the chapter, right? So that's just one example to back my statement. Like,
I understand that. I'm just saying God is all-knowing, is all-powerful. God could
that's
have,
true.
right, right,
Well, the
written
Bible
a
says that
text.
God deceives as well, right?
Excuse me?
Well, I'll quote a verse for you. 2 Thessalonians 2:11. It says, "The Lord himself shall send them a strong delusion that they should believe a lie." I'll give you another one. Someone in the comments put it
Yeah,
up.
that's what I can't
Let
understand.
me read this other one. I'll throw back to you. Job chapter 12, verse 16. It says, "With him is strength and wisdom. The deceived and the deceiver are his." So that's another misconception in Christianity. But just to show you that the God of the Bible, he deceives people. So that's a point
Okay,
of
so if the
contention.
God of the Bible is
I
deceiving
was
people,
gonna
then how
say
is
that.
that an all-good God?
Well,
Continue.
and that's the other disagreement because the Bible doesn't teach that God is only love. The Bible teaches that God creates the good and the bad. Isaiah 45 and verse 7, it
Yeah.
says, "I, the Lord, I created the light, create darkness. I made peace and I created evil." Amos 3:6, if there's evil in the city, it was God, not the one who did it. So the Bible teaches that God is behind both the good and the bad. It's a Christian
Right,
misconception
but
to
that's
believe that
your
God only
interpretation of it.
created the one and not the
Right.
other. That's true.
Right. But that's your interpretation of it. What I'm saying is there are other churches, many Christian denominations that don't teach that God created evil. They would say what you're saying right now would be heretical, right? That
Right,
God
but
created evil. They would
again,
say
like
that free
you're not
will
telling me
is
everything
actually
new. I'm very familiar with
our
that.
fallenness from God. That sin in of itself is like us missing the mark, right?
Yeah.
That's what
Well,
they right.
I think it is. I think it is, but I'm pretty sure we go. I don't know. Like I said, my memory's shot, but I believe in Revelation that everybody's gonna go get judged on the day. Like we don't get when you die. If you died right now, if I died right now, what's it called? I'm kind of psychotic. I don't really care about that. I've climbed 30-story buildings and all that. What's it called? But we're not gonna get judged. We're not gonna go to heaven or hell right when we die. That's one thing I constantly hear someone. Oh, he's gonna go to hell. Oh, he's gonna go to heaven. Like, well, it's not for you to judge. It's not for us to judge. That's for God to judge on the last day, on the last hour. Uh, and I forgot where I was going with that. But what I'm saying is we should what what the Bible is. What I've learned from the Bible and what I've taken from the Bible above all else is I can only really rely on laws of the Bible to get to follow the laws of man and some, like I can only find myself to be the most just or righteous, even though I'm not very righteous. I can only find myself to be
real quick, Jack, do
righteous.
you have the volume a little high in the background? Because there's a little echo coming through. If
I'm
you could
gonna
turn that down.
put I'm just gonna mute myself when I'm not talking.
All right,
Yeah,
that's cool. That works.
I've been doing that, at least trying to. But yeah. Um, so basically, what I've gotten from the Bible. I say this on my server a lot. I believe, and I'm still studying the Quran, but I believe that God gave us the Torah, and then we misunderstood the Torah, you know, and then we became prideful about, oh, it's only about Jews, not about Gentiles. And then God, he brought his son, you know, he gave us the law, and mentioning that it's not just for Jews, it's Jew and Gentile, and all that. And then what do? When we hear the truth, we don't like the truth, so we killed him. Because we're high and mighty, we have money and all this crap, you know. And then I think I'm still studying the Quran, but my theory on the Quran, with having very minor studies, and more disagreements than agreements in the past, and I'm still trying to study with a fresh mind. But my theory for the Quran is that God gave this wisdom just to see what would happen to Muhammad, and it kind of went south. but just to kind of like prove a point at the same time. And I'm not saying Muhammad's gonna be saved, but I'm not saying he isn't gonna be saved. I'm saying like God's trying. He uses people to kind of prove his point. Like you were saying, like you can be for God or against God, but God's still gonna use you. And yeah, it's like at the end of the day, every knee shall bow. Everybody's gonna be for God at the end of the day, on the last day. You know, so yeah, that's all I had to my
For
2 cents.
Jack, though, you seem to be interested in like the Bible and religious stuff, but on the other hand, you don't believe in it. Like say for instance, like what would you say is your interest with looking into it if you believe that it's like all fairy tales and nonsense? On the other hand,
I mean, I also like Lord of the Rings, and I don't believe that elves and dwarves exist. It doesn't mean that I can't watch Aragorn fight, the orcs in
I mean,
Mordor. You know what
I
I
didn't
mean?
say that you couldn't, but I'm just curious as to why you would not believe it, but rather believe in like some type of like evolution or other creation of the world or something like that.
Well, it's a weird. Sorry, but it's just kind of a weirdly phrased question. I'll just say I don't think that the evidence um, provided from these religious texts points to a creator. I don't think that we have any reason to believe that miracles have occurred. I believe that these stories are pretty much that. They're stories. They're the telephone game. They are legends.
Well,
They're
how do you
myths.
address like the archaeological evidence to back some of these stories? Like, say for instance, they found the remains of ancient Jericho. They found the Noah's Ark in the range where the
But they
Bible said
haven't.
came to a
Yeah,
rest
they
on.
haven't.
They
You
found
see,
they found the
no, they
Red Sea
haven't.
crossing
You're
site. They
watching
found Mount
CBN.
Sinai.
Right. Yes, I'm familiar with what you're talking about, but they haven't. Like these are things that are in questions,
But what do you
and
mean they
the
haven't though? Because
headlines say
but
that,
say,
and there are
like Jack,
people
hold on a
that
second.
like
Like
Ken
pick one of
Ham
the
that spend a lot of money making these claims and putting out these
uh,
articles that say,
but
"Oh
Jack
yeah,
just
we found
out.
Noah's Ark in Turkey," but they haven't.
Jack, just chill out for just 1 second. Pick one of the five things I mentioned or four things I mentioned, and we can address it. Do you want to talk about Noah's Ark, Mount Sinai, Red Sea crossing? Pick one of them. What one would you say that? Well, you said you're in
Okay,
disagreement.
let's talk about the
Just
Red Sea
pick one to
crossing.
keep on.
Let's talk about that.
But I'm saying what one though.
No, I mean, I could talk about Noah's Ark. I could talk about Red Sea crossing. Either one, it's fine. Let's do it.
All right. Well, say for instance Noah's Ark. What would you say is inconclusive about that finding?
I would say that there's no way that such a vessel as described in the Bible is seaworthy. We know this because we've made vessels. Perhaps like I think it was like 200 years ago is the longest wooden schooner that was made with a lot of people in. Man, I could look it up, but when you have a vessel that big, as described in the Bible, what ends up happening is that with the waves, it turns and it buckles and it's not seaworthy. In addition, we have two animals repopulating the entire like species, we would see in genetics if that were the case. And we don't see that in genetics. And we have situations where there are animals in Australia, like there's a higher percentage of marsupials in Australia and than anywhere else. There's also that we see evidence of evolution. There's also that, hey, dinosaurs we do know existed before the first humans ever existed. So
Because I
there's
couldn't
no
ask you
account
on
for that. We
how
have
how
no
do you,
account for any
wait,
global
but
flood,
Jack, just
period.
hold on one second. How do you know that dinosaurs died out 65 million years ago? How do you in 2025 know that?
The fossil record is quite clear.
Oh,
Like every scientist is in agreement with this. Like the geological record, how long it takes to find. I mean, if you look at the strata of so forms of rock upon rock, and then you can see like within the layers of the rock, you can determine like how long it has been since that has
well,
set.
what's your
Also, we
thoughts
have
about the
radiocarbon dating that can test
well, Jack,
how
what's your
much
thoughts
carbon
about
dirt.
the strata where they found human footprints in the same strata layer as the dino footprints?
Yeah,
Yeah, fake
I'm
or what would
I'm
you
not
say?
trying to be rude, but you're literally reading propaganda. Like these are not peer-reviewed
But I
scientific
mean, I could
articles.
say you are
These
too.
are
That doesn't
articles from
go anywhere in conversation.
cbn.com.
You know, oh wait, here, I have something. So I'm assuming you're a spaceman, right?
I'm a what?
You're a spaceman. You love stars and
I'm a
space
what?
and astronauts and all that, right?
I mean, I'm a skeptic. I believe anything. I don't believe in claims that lack empirical evidence.
Okay, I'll give you this: the stars. If the stars are moving in all different directions, you know, and all that around the sun and all that, you know, and they have pyramids in Egypt that they built aligning with these stars, and they still are in alignment after 6,000 years, 8,000 years, whatever you want to say. You know that these pyramids are still in complete alignment with the stars. I think they're 0.36 degrees off, but they're all basically in complete alignment with the stars. You know, like more than
But
99%.
well, what does that have to do with
Well,
God?
what that has to do with, like, if the stars, if and I'm not talking about the arc anymore, but that was proven, but I'm not talking about that anymore.
Well, wait, but Rabbit, before you move on to the star, let me just read this verse real quick to back up what I was saying. In Genesis chapter 8 and verse 4, it says, "And the ark rested in the seventh month upon the 17th day of the month upon the mountains of Ararat." So there's a verse in the Bible that tells us that this ark came to rest upon the mountain range of Ararat. And it just so happens that they found a 500-foot long ancient ship on the mountains of Ararat. So I think that's at least some evidence to suggest that there is some authenticity to the biblical story. They went out there, found some type of ancient structure that seems to match the Bible, and the Bible literally tells you
Uh,
it came to rest in that range. So that's a point of proof from my side, but I'll throw it back to Rabbit.
you're okay. Okay, that's called a circular argument. You can't establish that your Bible is authentic by quoting the
Okay,
Bible.
but real quick, but Jack, you just said a minute ago that the way you know that dinosaurs lived 65 million years ago is because most scientists today agree on that. So, like, aren't you basically doing the same thing you accuse me of, taking the majority agreement to it and saying, well, that's the proof of how you
Not,
know that?
not,
And
no. It's what do you, no, no,
we
it's
actually
not.
have
Well,
evidence.
that's
There's
the
there's
cut, man.
records of people
We
finding
actually
the
have
ark,
evidence of fossils. You
and we
haven't
actually have
provided
evidence of the
evidence
ark.
that a
Jack,
this
Jack, nobody
this
said the
thing that was
fossils
found
didn't
on
exist.
Mount
They're just saying
Ararat
they didn't live
was
that long
actually
ago.
Noah's Ark and not the ark that was referenced in the Epic of Gilgamesh, for instance. You haven't provided any evidence that this ark that was found on Mount Ararat actually housed animals. You haven't provided any evidence
Well,
whatsoever that there
well,
was
real
a
quick,
global
there
flood.
is,
In fact,
hold,
we know for a fact
Jack,
there
chill
wasn't a
out.
global flood.
Hey, Jack, just chill out for a second. There is actual evidence. There's been people who went down into the structure and they found ancient straw and like a wooden post to what's the word I'm looking for, that you would like hook the animals onto the the rope to keep them in an area. So there is evidence that on this structure there were animals kept. I
It's been
just recommend
debunked,
getting
man.
the
It's been
research on.
debunked. Like it takes a 2-second
Has it
Google
been
search.
debunked?
Just
How's
look it
it
up.
been debunked?
It's been debunked.
You're saying look it up. You don't got a source for it.
I'm gonna do your education for you. Look it up. It's a 2-second Google search. Look up Noah's Ark, Mount Ararat debunked. Like it's not hard.
Yeah, you can too. Why don't you?
I have. That's why I'm saying look it up.
I have too.
It's been debunked. Then you should know it.
It's not
But
debunked. It's not.
what about it have they debunked though? Like say for instance, are you saying it's not a man-made structure, or like what part about it did they debunk? Are you saying? I mean, surely you got to know one example of how it's been debunked, right?
I mean, yeah, you did research on this.
Yeah, I mean, hey, look, you can choose to move on, man. I'm just asking. You don't got like one example of how it's been debunked. I mean, I'm not asking for 10. I'm just asking for like 1 point.
I have another one that I don't believe is real, but we'll wait till he figures that one out.
Truth and Pillows in the back chat. Just so you know, I can only have 6 people on at one time. So maybe I can bring you on later, but you'll have to wait your turn.
I mean, yeah. When it stops being juicy or I become stupid enough, then I'll voluntarily down myself.
Yeah, you're good. No worries. Yo, Joe, you can add to the conversation if you got something on topic though.
Well, I don't believe if we're not able to come up with an answer to that. I don't believe in Sodom and Gomorrah. I
Oh,
joke a lot.
But
I'm joking.
yeah,
before we dive in,
I figured you were joking.
oh, um, can I add on to the Noah's Ark
Yes,
Yeah,
please.
about
go
the Ark?
ahead. Go ahead. And by the way,
Um,
what do you want us to refer to you as? Because you got Chinese letter.
oh, my fault. It's that's
I just
ZAH.
posted.
Okay.
Sorry, I just posted the link that I found.
Okay. So yeah, about the Noah's Ark, I feel like, and I'm sorry to even say I feel like, right? But when I was listening to you, you were focusing on the mechanics and how the ship was built and how just in today's time that information wouldn't hold any weight or make it believable that what he did was true. And I just wanted to say it's really about how I would interpret that parable or that message was that God somehow anointed someone in that time period that something ravaging was coming, and he felt within himself to build something to protect himself and those that may need protection from what he felt within his own intuition that was coming.
Mhm.
So even though the story mentions how he built it and what he built it with and how big it was, it's the message about the fact that he felt like there was something coming and he had to do something about it, even though people made fun of him and people weren't listening
So
to him. He trusted his own intuition and himself and what he deemed to say that that was God telling him to do something about it. Now
okay,
whether or not people chose to believe it or something was coming, he still went with what God said to do, and that helped him survive and carry out the next
okay.
chapter in God's legacy. Do
Jack,
you understand where I'm coming from?
before you respond, I just want to add one thing in real quick about you saying that a boat of that size like wouldn't function in the water. Now, I just did a quick Google search. I looked up, was Titanic bigger than Noah's Ark?
It
And I
was.
got a response by AI, and it said, no, according to biblical dimensions, the estimate of Titanic size and the
Titanic
Ark
was
was
steel, bro. I have a wooden
from
boat.
biblical measurements was roughly 450 feet, while the Titanic was roughly 850 feet. So, according to this, the Titanic was nearly double the size of the Ark. So you'd say the Titanic could still float as a ship, right? So why could the Titanic not if it was like half the size
Okay.
of
Made with
Noah's?
and iron, and Noah's Ark was made with wood. And the longest wooden schooner that had been built, that is actually not as big as Noah's Ark, was the schooner Wyoming in 1909, and it was not seaworthy. So if you want to have a bigger, massive ship like that, you can't build it out of wood. You'd have to build it from a stronger material.
Mhm. I'm a
The
carpenter. I
ETT.
100% disagree with you on that one. You can build anything out of wood. I mean, now have I ever built something of that mass? Absolutely not. But what I can say is, as long as you work the mechanics the right way, and I'm assuming if a man's having his mentor, being God or whoever, he was a carpenter in the past, anyways, he would have already had the intuition to know what to place where and how to build what. It's 100% possible to build that. A man can build a house by himself. Yes, we have other people, but that's just because it's better help. It gets done faster. You know. So no, you can 100% build an ark to that mass by yourself if you wanted to, but that's the problem. You have to have the will to. Noah had the will to. You know, people in today's society have such a lack of an attention span. We can't even freaking watch a whole movie without looking at our phones or looking at something
Yeah,
else.
everybody got that 30-second TikTok attention span.
I hate to say I do too, but yeah, exactly. You know, but the difference is I'm not. I've received messages. I've had the whole voice in my head, whatever. Before, I did the whole meditation, and I would say this, that I used to have a whole bunch of voices in my head, and now I just have two voices at most, me and whatever that extra voice is, you know. And yeah, I like to call that voice the spirit, you know.
Yo, Jill, you asked me something, and I can address what you gotta say, but just a heads up, let's keep it on subject though, because it's a full panel on here of people. So let's not just make this a you and me conversation. We'll try to involve the whole panel. All right?
Yeah, yeah.
Oh yeah, yeah. I was just saying what's going on. I mean,
Yeah,
um,
you're good, man. You're
enjoying the
good. So,
conversation.
so basically, right now, there's the brother down there, Jack. He believes that he's an atheist, right? So we were just having a discussion about like Noah's Ark and about like
Hello?
biblical
Hello?
history and stuff like that. That's what you're talking about.
Yeah, I was listening and I was waiting for some sort of study that demonstrated, the point he was making, but I guess we'll
Yeah,
never.
that's gonna
There,
see.
there's
Hello?
actually there's actually been studies on Noah's Ark and whether or not it could float. And there was a study performed by some graduate students at Leicester University, I believe, and they actually determined that it could float, even with animals aboard. So I'm not sure what the young man is drawing from, but there was a study that was actually done that proved you wrong.
Yeah, I'm not a boater either, but it really just it has to. I don't want to. I might jump on later again, but and I'm gonna jump off to invite somebody else to jump on. But what I do know about boats from my asking questions, like I said, I like to ask questions. Is it has to do with buoyancy? It doesn't have to do anything about like you have to have a certain amount of air under the boat, and just can't have holes in the boat where water can flow in, and then yeah, of course it can float. 100% possible.
I mean, I would just like somebody to explain how a man that did not have any knowledge regarding how making boats in ancient history could make a boat that's what 600 cubits in length, and I forgot how many cubits in width, and
300.
then able to get two of every animal on Earth, right, and then fill the ark with it, right, and do that, and then survive for 40 days, right,
I,
with no
I would
food other than what, just the bare minimum provisions, I think it was like a few animals, like some animals he had 7 of rather than 2 of. Um, yeah, and the fact that we don't have any evidence of a global flood. I already sent the article that debunked the ark on Mount Ararat, and I heard silence. I heard crickets. Um, I mean, there's no evidence that this isn't just a myth. I mean, it's one thing to just believe in it and go, oh, well, this teaches a good message about how God
Hi,
will
baby.
never commit genocide again. But we know that he's already done that over and over again. I mean, if anything, if it's true, right? At the very least, God is a genocidal maniac. He made people knowing that that they would fall, they would sin, and be so bad that he would kill them. Why even make them to begin with? And you mean
Do
to
you know
tell me that
why
every
God
single
flooded
one of
the
those people were bad? Infants were bad, toddlers were bad. What about the Amalekites? When he killed all of them, he instructed the Israelites to kill all the Amalekites, even the children and the toddlers. Like they're
Boy,
bad
talk about
too.
a Gish
Like
Gallop.
how does that make God a good guy?
I thought we were talking
think
about the
he's a
ark.
just God, and he's talking. Yeah, I was about to go back to the ark. You know why God flooded the earth? I believe it was because we were procreating with other species and other we weren't just we weren't fulfilling God's order. We were drunkard. We were doing the complete opposite of God's law. And there was Nephilim and all that stuff, and that's why
That doesn't matter. The
that
point
does
is
matter
like
because
if
that's a man
God
made in God.
knows that we're gonna sin before He creates us, right? If God knows that He's gonna damn certain people to hell and wipe them out, it makes no sense for such a being to create people that He's gonna wipe out later on. He
I
could
don't
just not create them.
I don't think God knows whether we're gonna sin or not. He would test us.
So then you're contradicting the Bible because God
No,
knows all. He knows
does
us
know
before
all.
we were even made.
He does know all, but I think he wants to test us to have us figure it
What's
out
the
ourselves.
point? He already knows the answer to the test.
It's a lesson. It's a lesson that we either learn or we don't
For
learn.
who?
For
For who?
us.
Who's the lesson for?
For us.
Okay, so why not just come down and reveal himself unambiguously to all,
We did,
right?
but we
Like
killed him.
he's
He
not doing
did.
that.
No, he did, but we killed him. At least we
See,
Oh,
did.
and
So
there's
2,000 years
there's some
ago, and
people saying that, like,
I'm
people
supposed to
like you
take
can
the
be looking for like
word.
a great
I'm supposed
sign.
to take the word of some
um,
4 guys,
I,
and
Yeah,
I'm
2
a
of
I'm
them
gonna willingly
yeah.
didn't
go off.
even see
I'm gonna willingly
Jesus.
leave the conversation. I might jump back on later if it's a spot. I want to
All
let
right.
somebody else come up.
All right,
But
I'll see you
All
later,
right,
man.
Black
thank you,
Rabbit.
thank
I'm
Hey,
you.
just
thank
saying,
you, brother.
2 of them didn't even
Hey,
see
thank you.
Jesus.
Hey, thank you, brother. Hey, ETT. Let's talk about something. Let's talk about Isaiah 14. Can we talk about Isaiah 14 for a second?
Sure.
Hey, do you know Isaiah 14 was fulfilled when the Israelites returned from Babylonian captivity?
Where would you get that from? Because when you read from the top, it doesn't seem to line up with that. But you can
Uh,
put your evidence. So.
I
according to
mean, it's awfully
Nehemiah,
convenient to fulfill anything if you're writing the whole book.
yeah. So according to Nehemiah and Ezra, when the Israelites returned from Babylonian captivity, they had slaves, wet nurses, and singers that came with them. So they owned slaves when they came back from Babylonian captivity. How do you feel about that? What does that make you think about?
Well, first of all, I never declined that. I never said that didn't happen in history. But the point is that it will happen in the future when this new kingdom.
Ooh, buddy,
According
that's
to
that's that's
hey,
impossible.
See,
please allow me
that's
to
my
finish my
point.
statement. Yeah,
Like
please
you
allow me
guys
to
are
finish
just
my statement.
you're
According
like,
to
oh,
Isaiah,
so if Jesus didn't fulfill all
hey,
the
hey,
prophecies
Jack,
back
just chill
then,
out for a
he's
second.
going to
Just chill.
later on. You
Jack,
guys
just
don't see
hold
the
on. We'll
cognitive
let you,
dissonance here?
hear your Jack, we'll let you chime in a minute, man. Just let me address what he's asking me. According to Isaiah, the 60th chapter, when it speaks about the kingdom, it talks about Israel having other men from other nations working for them and building up their walls. Now, one thing that I think that you can't really get around, and I called you out on it before, and it's funny you brought up Isaiah 14 because I asked you about Zechariah 14. Did you forget about that one, or well, what do you think about that, Preterism? Yeah, what happened? The guy's on mute.
Wait, is he
Hold on.
he follows what is it, preterism?
Yes, sir. Let me just read this verse for the audience real quick. Isaiah 14 and verse 2. And then, by the way, preterist is saying this already took place in history. This is verse 2 here. It says, and the people shall take them and bring them to their place, and the house of Israel shall possess them
Yeah.
in the of the Lord for servants and handmaids, and they shall take them captives whose captives they were, and they shall rule over their oppressors. So
Mhm.
if you read the whole thing in context, it certainly seems like it's referring to future context.
No,
Say
it's
say
impossible.
but go ahead, I'll allow you to elaborate
Yeah.
on your.
Thank you. So yeah, when you're talked about Isaiah 60, the foreigners coming in to build up the walls of the New Jerusalem, that's just talking about Gentile believers being grafted into the body of Israel and building the ecclesia of God. It's not literal; it's prophetic language. When we look at Isaiah 14, sir, verses 4 through 23 is talking about that contemporary Babylon. And then verses 24 through 27 is talking about that contemporary Assyria. And then verses 28 through 32 is talking about that contemporary Philistia. So the problem is, I just told you in Ezra and in Nehemiah, they both confirm that when Israel left Babylonian captivity, they had slaves, wet nurses, and singers. That's exactly what Isaiah 14:2 promises would happen. So this is not a future event. So Hebrew Israelitism fails.
Real quick, let me this is a nail in your coffin. Let's go back to Isaiah 60, verse 12, which you said this is not literal, by the way. Verse 12 says, for the nation and kingdom that will not serve thee, they shall perish. Yeah, those nations, they shall be utterly wasted. So but let's wait before you respond. Let's go up to verse 11. It says, therefore thy gates shall be open continually. They shall not be shut day nor night, that men might bring unto thee the forces of the Gentiles, and that their kings may be brought. And then verse 12, I'll read it in context, says, for the nation and kingdom that will not serve thee, those nations shall perish. They shall be utterly wasted. Could you explain to the audience listening how that's not literal and how that's
Absolutely. So first of all, that word for armies is wealth. That's the actual Hebraic word. So they will bring to you the wealth of the nations, and their kings are ones being led over. Well, that's perfectly in line with what happens in Revelation chapter 11 when the final trumpet sounds. It says here that the kingdom of this world has become that of our Lord and of his Christ. So those kings being led over, right, is absolutely talking about the supremacy of the spiritual kingdom of Christ over all these other worldly rulers, like whether you call them presidents or princes, kings, whatever, right? This has far-reaching consequences in the future that go on forever and ever. There is only one true kingdom, which is the kingdom of Christ. That is a spiritual kingdom, and that's why the gates are kept open continually, because it's a covenant that goes on forever. So you see in Revelation 21, verse 25, it says the same thing. Your gates will not be shut for day. It is always day, for night will not be there, and they will bring the glory of the valuation or the wealth of the nations into her. We are the glory. The Gentiles are the glory. That's talking about people being brought into the new covenant. It's not literal. It has nothing to do with literality.
just
this
so
Old Testament, I
listening.
find the Old Testament to be more metaphorical.
Yeah,
Not
just
more,
for everybody
but
listening, before I let the panel chime in, Preterist, he believes that the entire Bible is fulfilled with the conclusion of 70 AD and the Roman Jewish wars. Just so everybody's on the same page with that the person we're talking to, they're of the position that the entire Bible has been fulfilled, just so that nobody's confused on what's being discussed here.
I don't think that's what he's in the position of. I think he's in the position
No,
of the old law has been fulfilled already.
no, Rabbi, I've talked to this guy 20 times. You're new here, man. That's what he says.
Yeah, correct. The entire of the Bible was fulfilled in AD 70. Christ returned in AD 70.
80, 70.
I mean, hey, if any of y'all want to chime in on that, feel free to challenge Preterist on any of these statements. If anybody's curious or people listen, if you got a question or comment, I can flash it on the screen.
I mean, I already done smoked Tazariak and Brother Osh and stuff on these verses. ETT, they have no like
Man,
pretty much.
I wouldn't say the same thing. I watched that conversation, and I'd say they won that. I'd say they won that discussion, but maybe that's
Of course
my.
you would, because you're biased. You're an Hebrew Israelite. Of course you'll say they wanted to, but they had no response to what I said on Isaiah 60. And
I
the
really
light
want
skinned
to
dude
have
tried to
a-
say I ran away. The light skinned dude was like,
You
"Well, you
did
see,
run
you
away.
ran away on that one last time." No, I didn't. They just didn't like the answer, but it's very biblical. The answer I'm giving is
Yeah.
it is metaphorical language. That's how we see the fulfillment in Revelation 21.
Yeah, that's where I say this is that, when people talk about it, I mean, listen, I understand where the Hebrew Israelites are getting at, but I feel like even a Gentile, being someone that's not Jewish, but that's not even a Israelite, I feel like even a Gentile could get the message, could receive this message,
Yeah, but
because they
Rab,
wouldn't be.
that's not the subject of disagreement, though. It's not about what salvation is for among the nations. That's not the subject of discussion. The discussion that they were going back and forth on was Isaiah fulfilled in history already, or is it about future? That was
Right.
the whole
Yeah.
conversation of
Yeah,
disagreement.
because the Hebrew Israelite position is that in the new heavens or new kingdom or whatever, at some point in the future, the blacks, the Hispanics, and the Native Americans are going to own white slaves. That's what their
Yeah,
position
I
is.
like that one. Wait, I like that. I'm Hispanic. Yeah, get over here, cracker.
Yeah, right. Sounds real great. And honestly, here's the problem, ETT. That ideology and theology and eschatology leads to no progress being made
No,
amongst your respective cultural if you want to call them what's the word I'm thinking of? Like the problems, the socio-economical problems that you perceive that blacks, Hispanics, and Native Americans are going through in America. Hebrew Israelitism does nothing to make it better because y'all just want to sit back. No, hold on. Y'all just want to sit back and say it's okay. Jesus is going to come back and save us.
All right, but hold on, Hunter. There's something I think you're being unfair about. Like, we teach our people to keep God's law and commandments and stop sinning. So, like, you're telling us that that's a bad thing to teach our people to keep
No,
God's law.
no, that's not what he's saying. He's not. I do not believe that's what he's saying. He's
No,
saying that it's
hey,
just
Rap,
for Israel.
can you please just mute up and let me and him talk, because it was a discussion between me and him. Like, I don't mind you chiming in, but you don't know what the conversation is about because you're new here. So just listen to what's being talked about, and then you'll get a chance to chime in. But Preterist, I'm saying it makes it sound like you're saying that what we're saying is wrong by teaching our people to live righteously and keep God's commandments. Because again, from your
Whoa.
perspective, salvation is a thing of the past because we're already in the kingdom today. So it doesn't matter if you live by the law or, rob or murder, because that, we're already in the kingdom in a metaphoric stance.
Okay, but that's
Difference
the thing.
contradict.
That's why I told you you need to learn how to steelman the preterist position because you fail to do it every time. You say we're already in heaven. No preterist that I know, including myself, has ever said we are living in heaven right now, ETT. Heaven is a place where you go to when you die.
Hey, Predators, you do realize when I say that, I clearly mean you mean that in a metaphoric stance, which clearly is stupid. Because
I don't mean it in a metaphoric stance, though, ETT.
Hey,
don't.
Predators, I do not want to put you on mute. I want to give you the chance of conversation, but you got to let me get my fair share in here too. I said, according to the scriptures, the Bible clearly says the kingdom of heaven is a physical place that will be on earth. I understand the preterist position is that it's a metaphorical thing. So metaphorically, according to your position, we're living in the kingdom. It's not physically, but it's metaphorical, correct?
Okay, yes, absolutely. The kingdom is metaphorical, it's not literal. Yes.
Correct. Now, that clearly is not correct according to the Bible. It clearly depicts a kingdom being set up and a nation ruling over other people. Like, here's an example I'll give you, which you might have touched on, but let's enlighten the audience listening now. Daniel chapter 2 and verse 44 says, in the end of these kings, God's going to set up a kingdom that shall reign over all nations and shall stand forever. Now, if the kingdom is not a physical kingdom on the earth, well, how's it going to reign over earthly kingdoms if it's not a literal kingdom?
Okay, so what Daniel 2:44 says, what it actually says is in their days, so that's the days of the fourth kingdom, in which they are kings of Elah of the heavens, the Elah of the heavens raises up a regency which will not itself be restricted for the eons, and a regency for another people will not be left. It will pulverize and gather away all these regencies, but it will rise for the eons. All that's saying, it's not talking about anything literal. It's saying that it is a kingdom that is not going anywhere because it's the establishment of the new covenant. The new covenant is never, it's forever. Nowhere in scripture do you see the new covenant stops.
Just real quick, out of curiosity, let me read verse 45, and I'm want to hear your thoughts about like the last two sentences in here, but I'll just read the whole thing for context. And this is a couple verses under 42. Verse 44. Excuse me. Verse 45. It says, "For as much as thou sawest the stone was cut out of the mountain without hands, that it break in pieces the iron, the brass, the clay, and the silver, and the gold, the great God have made known to the king what shall come to pass hereafter, and the dream is certain, and the interpretation thereof is true." So it seems like God gave the vision to show the king what's going to come to pass hereafter. So, like, how is that not literal if he's telling them that this is going to come to pass hereafter, meaning after the king?
Because it's a prophecy. So yes, the prophecy had to come to pass. Otherwise, we have a false God and a false Messiah. That's the whole point. In the days of the fourth kingdom, which was the Roman occupation of Israel. These four kingdoms that Daniel is seeing have all to do with Israel. They were under Babylonian captivity, then they were under Persian captivity, right? Because Cyrus had them under their captivity until it was Darius who freed them. And then it was still technically they were under Persian captivity. Then they were under Grecian captivity. Then they were under Roman captivity. Those are the four kingdoms. It has to do specifically with what Israel was being suppressed by. So in the days of that fourth kingdom, which the New Testament just so happens to start in the days of that fourth kingdom, that's when this would happen. It's not literal. It cannot be literal. It is all about the consummation of the new covenant being instilled. And so that's where, you Hebrew Israelites, and it's not just you, ETT, it's all futurists. They get this completely wrong. Y'all missed the point.
Right, I understand that. So, like, say for instance, and by the way, Rabbit or Drew or Jill, if y'all want to chime into the chat, feel free at any time. But I just want to point out, like, this is weird. Like, he'll sit there and tell you that the Romans, they basically, that was the Battle of Armageddon in 70 AD, right? When you read Revelation 19, that was the conclusion of the Battle of Armageddon. But again, the point I brought up to him last time that I'm still struggling to understand here is the Romans were the ones who got the victory in the battle. So how did Christ destroy the armies at 70 AD, which he'd say was the Roman army? But the Romans won. They got the victory over Jerusalem in that siege. So how is that the conclusion when Christ made war against the armies of the world in Revelation 19? It just doesn't rationally make sense.
It's because what you're failing to understand is in Zechariah 14, which is what Revelation is drawing off of. It says here in chapter 14 of Zechariah, verse 3, says, "And Yahuwah will go forth and battle among those nations as the day of his battling and the day of attack." That Hebraic word there is dude, this is huge, because this is saying that God is going to come as that army. So this battle of Armageddon is God coming in the form of the Roman Empire, which is Christ, because Christ is God. He's coming in the form of the Roman Empire to battle against apostate Israel, the Israel that did not believe in Messiah or accept Messiah. And that temple falling was the end of the old covenantal age and the beginning of the new covenant.
Well, here's an interesting point to add on to what you're saying here is let's take this into modern day perspective here in the 21st century, right? So here it is in 2025. Israel is still surrounded by armies today. We got the Iranians attacking Israel. You got the Houthi rebels. You have the situation in Gaza going on. Again, they're getting attacked by all different levels right now and all these different perspectives. So it just doesn't seem rational to conclude that, this whole battle and all this took place 2,000 years ago. But yet, even right now as we speak, there's still war going on in Israel surrounded by all sides. You get what I'm saying?
Okay, so are you conceding that the people who are occupying
No,
Israel right
no,
now are
no,
the true Jews of the Bible?
no, Predators, just chill out for a
Oh,
second. The people in Israel, those are not the true people, but the land itself is still the holy land from the ancient times. So
Yeah.
the people there, we don't accept those as the real Israelites. But I'm saying the land itself is still being surrounded by the haters who believe that those people are the true descendants. So even today, the Holy Land is still surrounded by armies today.
but the prophecies are regarding Israel. So you're conceding that the people, if they're surrounded by armies still to this day, the people that are inhabiting that land today are the real Israel.
No, sir, I disagree with you. I'm just saying the land
I know
itself, the
you
Holy.
do.
Hey, brother, could you agree with me on this? Is the land of Israel itself, or not adding the people in, is the Holy Land of Israel the land where Christ walked 2,000 years ago? You could agree with me
Yeah,
it is, correct?
of course. Yeah.
Okay, then. So, with that being said, I'm telling you the people in Israel occupying it are not the true Israelites, but the land itself is the Holy Land from ancient times. That's all I'm saying.
Okay.
So, the land itself is still being surrounded by armies in the 21st century. So, how could we conclude that all of this was fulfilled 2,000 years ago if the surrounding nations are still making siege against the city today?
Okay, ETT. So let me ask you this, and I understand your question. I want to answer your question, but in order to answer your question, we need to understand Zechariah 14. In Zechariah 14, is this prophecy regarding the bloodline Israelites being in Israel, or is it regarding the non-bloodline Israelites being in Israel? What is it regarding?
Zechariah 14 is talking about I'll say the true Israelites.
Okay, perfect. So the fact that Israel is surrounded by armies today, the land being surrounded by armies today, is a moot point because what you need to have happen is every single non-bloodline Israelite in Israel needs to be removed from that land, and then you guys, the true Israelites, need to go and inhabit that land, and then the nations need to come surround you again. So until that happens, I don't want to hear you bring this point up, to be quite honest with you.
Well, I mean, like I said, here's an example, right? Which technically, over here, we're more POWs, right? Prisoners of war over here in America, right? And really around the world where we've been scattered since 70 AD. So technically, we're still, fighting for our lives against, our oppressors today. We can be our people. They can be unjustly thrown in prison and locked up for life out here. So we're still technically surrounded by our enemies even to this very day. But let's just deal with this for the audience here, which, by the way, he said that this is talking about ancient time. And matter of fact, I'll even give him the respect of reading the verse he quoted. And I'll read, let's see, verse 3, 4, and verse 4. We'll start at 3. Zechariah chapter 14, verse 3, it says, Then shall the Lord go forth and fight against those nations as when he fought on the day of battle. And his feet shall stand in that day upon the Mount of Olives, which is before Jerusalem on the east, and the Mount of Olives shall cleave in the midst thereof towards the east and towards the west. And there shall be a great valley, and half of the mountain shall remove towards the north, and half of it towards the south. So it's saying when Christ comes back, he's going to stand on the Mount of Olives, and the mountain's going to split in half. I mean, the Mount of Olives is still standing up there perfectly today, man. So like, it doesn't make sense what you're saying. This clearly hasn't happened as far as today. And I already know the response. Oh, it's metaphoric and not literal. But then my response to that is, if everything in the Bible is basically like not literal and symbolic, well, why do you even believe that Jesus actually died on the cross and rose again? Can't somebody say that's metaphoric and parabolic as well by the same line of reasoning?
I think the Muslims do that pretty frequently.
Yeah, I've seen that before. But for preterists, like how would you respond to that? Like when Christ went on the cross and died and rose again, can't you just say that's like metaphoric if all these other verses are like not literal and symbolic?
Yeah, so here's the difference though, okay? Prophecy being spoken in the Old Testament and the New Testament. I mean, the New Testament just harkens from the Old Testament. So when we're talking about prophetic language, it is highly metaphorical, but the realization or fulfillment of those metaphorical promises are real events. We see in, for example, Isaiah 50, what is it, 55, or is that the suffering servant, where highly metaphorical language is used, but it's absolutely talking about a real event. Christ dying absolutely is a real thing. Him rising from the dead is a real thing. Yes, it's not metaphoric, but it's because it is an account of a event that actually happened. They were not prophesying in the future about his death, burial, and resurrection. It was an actual recounting of it.
Yeah. What if
Well,
what
what
if
about
what,
the
what if we
go ahead.
replace the word metaphor with parable? You know, like, not saying that it's not true, but a parable is both metaphorically true and literally true. Not saying that everything is metaphor or is literal, but I'm saying, like, what if we get confused by the metaphor and the literal, aka they're just all parables, you know, or not all, but, you know, a lot of it is just parables. And I think Christ came to just give it to us black and white, you know.
Real quick before
Absolutely
Trevor
not.
responds to what you're saying, there's a question coming in from the comments from Lion of Judah. He asked, this is for Preterist here. He said, "Why are wars still going on today?" And then he quote Matthew 24, verse 6 to 13.
Yeah, so that is a contemporary thing. The Olivet Discourse is Christ drawing on all the Old Testament judgment language and telling that group of people that they were going to be witnessing wars, earthquakes, famines, which actually happened leading up to AD 70. Those things actually happened. Obviously, AD 70 was the culmination of a war, okay? But when we read, for example, in Isaiah 54, see, even in this new heaven and new earth, in Isaiah 54, God says here in verse 14 and following, in justification you will be prepared. Be far from extortion goods, for you will not fear, and be far from the warring, for it will not come near to you. But this is metaphorical language, but it's still saying there would be warring in the new heavens and new earth. Isaiah 66 as well, 65, in the new heavens and new earth, there's still babies being born, people dying, people building houses, people tending vineyards. This is metaphorical language, but it's proving that there is still problems of death and destruction in the new heavens and new earth. That's never promised to go away. Literal wars are always going to happen, but it's just the fact that this is highly metaphorical language about the new covenant.
Well, let me ask you this, Preterist, with piggybacking on what you're saying there, right? If Christ is ruling today, doesn't the scripture speak about the nations would be under obedience to him? So, like, if that's the case, like, why do we have wars going on today with one nation trying to conquer another nation if Christ is ruling over all these nations? Like I brought up in earlier today, I quote, what is that, Revelation 19, where Christ makes war against all the armies and takes over the nations and puts them under subjection unto him. So, like, if all the nations are in subjection today, well, like, how are they trying to go out and conquer one another? It's like a great example would be Russia and Ukraine, and then not to mention after 70 AD, like 1900 years after 70 AD, there was the First and Second World War. So, I mean, either one of those examples you can take, but it just doesn't rationally line up. If Christ is ruling over the nations, why are nations still conquering one another today if Christ is the conqueror of them?
Yeah, so because the conquering that you're seeing, that you're trying to reference here, is in reference to the nation. Okay, let me back up. The nations being put in subjection to him is in reference to now non-Israelites, non-bloodline Israelites have access to this new covenant. Before, they could only proselytize, and they did not have all of the covenantal promises or blessings that old covenant Israel had, according to what was given to Abraham, etc., etc. But it is also told in the Old Testament, in Genesis, that that Abraham would be the father of these many nations, and they would all be blessed through him. These blessings is what's being talked about. So these nations being in subjection to him is the access to God directly through the new covenant. It is now no longer bridled by having to go through bloodline Israel. Christ is the true Israel. So through Christ we have access to God the Father. And just so you, because I know you're going to say this, but I want to let you know in Revelation chapter 3, remember when Christ says, "Oh, I will give you the rod that you'll rule over the nations with the rod."
25.
225, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
So that right there again is a new, well, I think it's actually 2027. That is a new covenantal promise. And here's the thing too, ETT, you need to look at that word that's used there, because it's not rule them with an iron staff, it is herd them with an iron staff. Same word used in Revelation 12, when they are herding the nations, because they are all being herded to Christ into the new covenant. So you need to look at that Greek word. It does not mean what you think it means.
What's your thoughts, real quick, before I go to this other verse? What's your thoughts on Revelation chapter 13, verse 9 and verse 10? Are you familiar with that, or need me to quote it?
Yeah, no, I know about it. Yeah.
Okay, so what's your thoughts about that, where it says that he that kills with a sword, he has to be killed with the sword. He that leads into captivity, he himself got to be taken into captivity. What's your thought on that?
So so that's a variant. So in the Alexandrian text and the Textus Receptus, it says, "He who leads into captivity, he goes away." Now, what that's talking about though is the captivity under the old Mosaic law, because Paul identifies that in Galatians chapter 4. He says that these Judaizers were trying to put people under the law and put them into captivity to the law. That's why in chapter 5, verse 1, he says, "For freedom Christ freed us." That freedom is freedom from the Mosaic law. So what it's saying here in Revelation 13, verse 9 and 10, this is very specific to old covenantal Israel. Christ is giving a warning saying, if any of these Israelites, bloodline Jews, comes to try and lead you into captivity under the law of Moses, they will be led away into captivity, which did happen in AD 70. And if anyone slays with the sword, they must be slain with the sword, which is exactly what was happening in AD 70. Christ identifies those people in Matthew chapter 24, those Pharisees and Sadducees, the ruling body of the temple cultist system, as being the ones that the blood of the prophets was going to come upon, because they killed them with swords. Did
people get slain with swords after 70 AD, like say in the 700s?
Absolutely, but it has nothing to do with that. The application is AD 70. The application is Christ putting a warning to those bloodline Jews at that time. So you can't extend it out and say, well, people still die. Of course they do. But it has to do with what warning Christ is giving. He's giving a warning to his audience.
That's why in the chapter would you point to it saying that it's 70 AD? Like what verse would you point to?
All of it. The entirety of the Bible is talking about this.
Well, let me say this. I understand your position as it was all fulfilled in that timeline, but I'm just asking, like, how could you correlate with that event in that particular chapter? Like, is there a verse you'd point to? That, or are you just like making that up?
No, absolutely not. I mean,
I think he's making it up. But I want go ahead, make your thing.
Yeah. So even in like Matthew 26, for example, Christ says this, okay, in verse 52, and this is Christ is talking to Jews. He ain't talking to us 2,000 years in the future. He's talking to Jews in the first century. But in Matthew 26:52, he says, "Then Jesus says to him, 'Turn away your sword into its place,' or its sheath. For all those having taken the sword will wholly loosen themselves away by means of the sword." He's talking to Jews in the first century. And that's echoed right there in Revelation 13:10. So, I mean, this absolutely has consequences to that particular relative audience.
Okay, I'll take your answer for that. Question coming in from the comment board for you, Lion of Judah asked, if the kingdom is here, why do we have elites in Bohemian Grove worshiping demons? Then he followed up with, why are people allowed to blaspheme God today if the kingdom is already here?
Again, it brings me right back to Revelation 22, verse 14 and 15. In the new heavens and new earth, the new Jerusalem coming down out of heaven, Outside the gates are mongrels, sorcerers, sexually immorals, murderers, idolaters, everyone that is pushing a false religion. Though those people don't go away, they're not completely annihilated forever and ever. The book tells you right there they're still there in the new heavens and earth. They just are not in covenant with Christ. They are not in the new covenant.
Well, what do you think about the top one about how we have rulers of the world in Bohemian Grove worshiping demons?
That's the
Like
same
the
thing,
world
though. In
leader.
verse 15, those are sorcerers. They're idolaters. They're practicing false religion. So they're the same people that get lumped in with Revelation 22:15 after the new heavens and new earth and the new Jerusalem is delivered.
All right,
They're not saved. These people are
uh,
not going to heaven
Does
when they
anybody
die.
could anybody grasp the perspective of
go ahead, Black.
it? What, me?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, could anybody grasp the perspective of, yes, this all happened, but or at least a great majority of it happened, and some of it hasn't happened yet. Maybe it might happen again. Maybe history might be repeating itself, as the woke crowd likes to say. Or I guess that's not the woke crowd, but whatever.
Mhm.
About the perspective that this is all happening again, because we had it and then we fell short of it, and we fell into our own doctrine once again, and it's like a repetition and over and over again until we actually, get judged. And we haven't, like, no, the dead hasn't risen yet, like, for example.
Well,
But
from his perspective, they have rose in 70 AD or around that time period. From his perspective,
okay, yeah, well, no, exactly what I'm saying was, like, they haven't written that. Like, aspects of this of Revelation have come to this. I like this Discord because we're having I'm this is how I learn, by listening.
right? I
Um,
agree
what
with
what
you. Even though we disagree on the subject being discussed, it helps all of us learn, both all of us on here and the people listening to this live stream. Oh, and
Yeah.
by the way, Preterist, you're welcome to take this stream and re-upload for your audience. You're welcome to do that if you please. But let me go back here to Isaiah chapter 2. This is interesting here. Let's go up to 2, and I'll read down to 4. It says, "And it shall come to pass in the last days that the mountain of the Lord's house shall be established in the top of the mountains, and shall be assaulted above the hills, and all nations shall flow unto it. And many people shall go and say, Come ye, and let us go up to the house of the Lord, to the house of God of Jacob. And he shall teach us of his ways, and we will walk in his paths. For out of Zion shall go forth the law, and the word of the Lord from Jerusalem. And he shall judge among the nations, and shall rebuke many people. And they shall beat their swords into plowshares, and their spears into pruning hooks. Listen here, and nation shall not lift up sword against nation, neither shall they learn war anymore." So, Predators, could you give a little breakdown of this? Because it talks about, well, the main point I want to get out says the nations are not going to learn war anymore, but yet there's the largest war in 80 years taking place right now over in Europe today. And of course, I can't forget to mention over the last 100 years or so, you've had the World War I and II. So I'm curious what your thoughts are.
Yeah, no, absolutely. So this is talking about the establishment of the new covenant. So the lateness of the days is the latter days of Israel's old covenant standing. So in the lateness of the days of the law of Moses, the mountain of the house of Yahweh becomes a prepared one at the head of the mountains, and it's uplifted more than the hills. That's Daniel 2. Because remember in Daniel 2, when that stone made cut without hands, it hits the land and it grows bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger. That's the same language being used here. It's about this new covenant, that this kingdom that God establishes. And so all the nations streaming into it is talking about now people from every background, every bloodline are able to go into the new covenant. Then the people is walked there and they say, "Go, and we will go up to the mountain of Yahweh." Right? That's talking about the covenant. This is covenantal language, to the house of the Elohim of Jacob. Well, that's temple imagery. The house of God back then was a physical house, but in the new covenant is a spiritual, metaphorical house. That's First Peter chapter 2 verse 3, when he's telling those Jews of the first century they were being built up as living stones. yeah, it's metaphorical. And he says here, and he will give us aim by his ways, which is true, and we will walk in his paths. That's following the constituents of the new covenant. And it says, for the law will go forth from Zion, which is good because this law is not talking about the law of Moses. See, Paul identifies this in Romans. You've got the law of Moses and the law of God. The law of God is the commandments of the new covenant. This is Christ, because Christ is the fulfillment of the old Torah. And it says,
Wait,
the word of Yahweh from
we
Jerusalem.
don't
The
have to
word of
get
Yahweh is Christ.
but
Go
just so I can follow what you're saying. So you're saying that in the Old Testament, the law of Moses, God didn't give him that law.
Absolutely, God gave him that law, but there's a difference between in the new covenant, right? There's a difference between this law that Israel had to follow and us following Christ. Because
Yeah,
if you,
but Preterist, Christ said in Matthew 5:17 and 19, he said, I didn't come to do away with anything from the law. And anybody who breaks even the very least of the law, they would be among the very least in
yeah,
the kingdom.
he's
So
speaking to
Christ clearly
Jews in
taught
the
you
first
had to
century.
keep all the laws, man.
Hold on. He's speaking to
Yeah.
Jews in the first century that they did have to keep the law. They had to keep the
But
law
Preterist,
until
are
the temple
Jesus'
fell.
words limited to a generation, or Jesus' words alive for all generations to read and learn from?
Of course they are, but that doesn't mean that
Here's the problem
no,
with
hold on.
here's
No,
the problem.
Nathan, no, because it doesn't mean that, no, it doesn't mean that it applies to us. Christ came to living, breathing people 2,000 years ago. That's the generation he's saying these words to. You do not have the right to extrapolate those words and try to apply it to you 2,000 years in the
Right,
future.
here is the
Well, wait,
spiritual
hey, wait.
shotgun.
How,
This is a spiritual slug right here. According to Hebrews chapter 13, verse 8, it says, Christ was the same yesterday, today, and forever. So Christ, he never changed with what he taught. So Matthew 5, where in there was that written to the people in the first
That's
century? As far as I know, that was written to all the people who come after. That's what Christ taught. If you don't keep the law, well, you're going to be
nope,
the least in the
nope.
kingdom.
That is not what
Bible says
Hebrews is
Christ hasn't
referencing.
changed. So, my
Hebrews
friend, you're
is
taking away from Christ's words, man.
no, that's not true. You're abusing Hebrews when you're quoting that. What that means is that Christ came to fulfill the law, and that's how he is no different, because Christ is God. First of all, that's affirming that Christ is the word made flesh, because he was the same yesterday, today, and forever, or into the age. But what that means is that even when we go back and read Genesis chapter 1, there's covenantal promises in there of salvation being brought to all nations. And the law was a temporary thing for bloodline Israel. That's why in Matthew 5, he's talking to bloodline Israelites who are still under the law of Moses and telling them you must follow the law of Moses. But when that temple fell, that was heaven and earth passing away, and that was the jot or the iota of the law passing away. So you do not have the right, again, to try and abuse that text or extrapolate it to you 2,000 years in the future, man. The words are written there. Yes, they're always going to be there, but it doesn't apply to you.
This is crazy, man. This is crazy. So let me understand this. So, like, now under this new covenant that you believe in, like, what laws? How do you know what the laws are or not? Because according to the Bible, the way we know what sin is was that 1 John 3 verse 4 says, "For sin is the transgression of God's law." Right. So the way we determine what sin is we go back to the law, which we find in the Old Testament. But just out of curiosity, what would you say we find this new law that we live by that's different from the Old Testament law?
Paul tells you all about it in 2 Corinthians 3, for example. Look at what he says here. Let's see. Yeah, it's 2 Corinthians 3. So look at what Paul says, okay, in verse 11. Now, for context, in chapter 3, Paul is literally he's what's the word? Comparing or contrasting the old Mosaic law to the new law that was about to be instilled. And in verse 11, he says, "For if that which is being made unworking was through glory, in much, much more, that which is abiding is in glory." So there is constituent elements of that old covenantal law that got transposed into the new covenant. 1 Corinthians 6, for example, tells you you can't go to heaven if you are an idolater, sexually immoral, effeminate, homosexual, a thief. Like all these constituent elements are in the Old Testament, but Paul is letting us know they still are parts of the new covenant. So if you break any of these things in the new covenant, you're not in covenant with Christ. The difference is
how about dietary restrictions? Do they not?
Absolutely not. No dietary restrictions. There's no dietary restriction. You abstain from blood and strangling animals.
But wait, but isn't
Don't
that found in the
don't
Old
torture
Testament
the
law,
animal.
though? Wait, Black, hold on a second. Isn't the not eating of blood found in the Old Testament law? So why keep that?
Because that's what God, again, that which abides is in much, much more glory. Nowhere does Paul say that all the dietary restriction laws go into the new covenant. And in regards to the strangulation of animals and the drinking of blood in Acts, the reason why they put that element in there is because it was always tied to cultic worship. So you can't obviously be having a cultic relationship with a different God and be claiming that you're following the God of Jacob. So that's why that restriction is put in there. But we can eat whatever we want in the new covenant. That's part of Colossians 2. Paul says, let no one judge you in regards to food or drink.
Okay, I mean, we can just agree to disagree on that point. Black, if you got anything to add in?
Yeah. What I kind of understood in my my jumping into theology and listening and doing my best to read and all that. Like I still want to give you that invitation to serve. I put it in the comments.
Yo, just a heads up. On Discord, send it to me there because it won't show up under the comments because YouTube is funny with links. Just a heads up.
Okay, I'll get Defender to send me your.
Yeah, that's cool. That's cool.
Yeah. But what's it called? Yeah. So I basically have gotten the perspective that God's been trying to, like, I had this perspective since all of, like, God tried to give us the law from the Torah, and we took it out. We fell into greed and pride and lust and all that. We fell into sin because we never understood. And then he tried again with the Bible, and then which I still say is the best. What's it called? We fell into sin again. We fall into misunderstandings, and by picking and choosing, that's how we have all these denominations. And then and that's where I say he might have been trying again with Muhammad. I mean, I can't say that like verbatim yet, but like but yeah, no, I think God's just trying to like tweak everything, right, until we understand that we have to follow, like, every freaking body, whether you're Jew or Gentile or whatever. There wouldn't be I was about to say sexual idolater. There wouldn't be a sexual idolater because everybody would be following God's law at the end, unless we've already reached that.
Well, I'll let you finish your statement, but then we'll chime in after you go.
No, that's basically it.
Okay, cool. Just real quick, there was a question that came in from the comment board here by Martin Berto. They asked, which I'll read the verse or quote, but they asked, why aren't the lion or wolves laying down with the lamb? I'll read the verse or quote. Isaiah 11, verse 6. It says, the wolf also shall dwell with the lamb, and the leopard shall lie down with the kid, and the calf and the young lion, and the thirdling together, and a little child shall lead them, and the cow and the bear shall feed. Their young ones shall lie down together, and the lion shall eat straw like the ox. I think they're asking if all these things are fulfilled, well, why are these animals not, following what it says right here today? Because in the kingdom, it seems like this would be seen, but the brother's saying that everything's fulfilled. So I'm just curious to see what he would say about that verse that the brother brought up in the comment section.
Yeah, so that's metaphors for people. The different animals are different nations of people. That's why when Peter has that vision when he's over there in Antioch, he's got that dream of the animals and the sheep getting raised up.
Well, not to cut over you, but just to clarify real quick, maybe you could address this as you continue with your answer. But I remember maybe 2 months ago you said that the animals in Genesis were actually people. Maybe you could elaborate a minute on that as well, so the audience knows your position.
That is according to what the Bible says. And like, for example, Genesis chapter 1, verse 20, it says, Elohim spoke, the waters will teem with a teeming crowd of living souls. Yeah, waters is like metaphor for bodies of people or groups of people. So there's groups of people teeming, it's teeming with living souls, which are people. The fluttering will flutter over the earthland. Those are different types of people against the face of the firmament of the heavens. And Elohim created the great monsters and every soul of the enlivened, the roaming creature. So, I mean, this is just talking like there's people created before Adam. And then that's why when you see Adam in chapter 2 gets brought into the garden, he gets these animals brought before him, and he begins to name all the animals, but cannot find a good helper. That's because these people that they were of there were these different nations. He's naming the different nations, but none of them were of a righteousness like he was, because he was made in God's image. He was made in covenant with God. So yeah, these are not literal animals.
Wait, so you're saying that animals don't have a spirit? It's just humans?
They could, but that's not what Genesis is talking about. No, it's talking about people.
Why not? Because you said when it talks about living souls, you said that's like humans. So animals don't have.
Because I told you though. You see, what you tend to do, Nathan, is you like take half of what somebody says, like the last half, leave out the first half.
There's a just take a chill pill. There's a reason why I'm asking you that. But before I bring it up, I wanted you to clarify for the audience what you're saying. You see, you thought you got your point, but I thought further than that. I wanted to give you the respect of saying your position, so I don't misrepresent your position.
Yeah. So I said the waters is metaphorical language for like groups of people. So that's why the waters are teeming with a teeming crowd of living souls. I said the living souls are people. That's again going back to Acts chapter 17, when Peter gets this or is it 17? I forget which chapter it is, when Peter gets this vision of the animals, right?
I believe it's Acts 10. We covered that earlier.
Yeah, okay, yeah, Acts 10. It's the same thing. He's seeing all these different creatures, winged creatures, fluttering creatures, creatures of the waters, and things that were unclean animals. Talking about unclean animals as in the nations that did not know God. They were unclean because they were not saved.
Let me comment on this statement. I'm just curious to see your thoughts on this. This is the book of Ecclesiastes, chapter 3. I'm going to go to 19 and read to 21. It says, "For that which befalleth the sons of man befalleth a beast. Even one thing befalleth them, as the one dieth, so dies the other. Yeah, they all have all one breath, so that a man has no preeminence above a beast. For all is vanity. All go unto one place, all are of the dust, and all return to dust again." Verse 21, "Who knows the spirit of a man that goes upward, and the spirit of the beast that goes downward into the earth?" So I just wanted to read that for the audience, that according to the text, it says that both men and animals have spirit. But the interesting part is it said the spirit of a beast goes downward into the earth, but the spirit of a man goes upwards.
Perfect. Yeah, that's great. The problem is
that the living souls, animals can be applied there too, because it says they have souls here.
ETT. It has nothing. Actual animals have nothing to do with what's in purview. Look at verse 18. Will you read? Hold on. You started at verse 19. You skipped verse 18.
God bless. I'm gonna get out. God bless you guys.
That's cool. Thanks for stopping by.
Thank you.
Yeah, no problem.
Cool.
So you started at verse 19, but the problem is,
you're talking about Acts or Genesis? That's what I'm trying to understand. What chapter are you talking about?
No, I'm talking about Ecclesiastes 3.
Okay, and you see, this is what I was saying before I got cut off. The reason I'm bringing this up is because you said in Genesis, when it talks about the living souls, you said that's humans. But I'm just showing that according to the text, it says the animals are living souls as well. They have a soul.
I'm aware, but look at what verse 18 says. It says, I spoke in my heart. It is on account of the matter of concern of the sons of Adam, that Elohim may clear them, and that they may see that they are animals, they without the Elohim. Do you see what that just said there? It said the people who do not know God are animals.
I see that, but the point is that in other parts of the Bible, it speaks about this as well, where even nations can be referred to as beasts, or kings can be referred to as.
That's
So
exactly what's
I do
happening in
agree with
Genesis
you.
1.
In concept. Just take a chill pill real quick. I can agree with you in certain context. A beast can mean a human, but it just depends upon the context in which being used. In this context here, I would say that it's actually talking about an animal if we read the whole thing in context, because it talks about men, but then it talks about the beast. So I just say there's a disagreement there. But from your
Right, but
position, you're telling
I
that.
understand.
Okay, but let me understand this real quick. So when we read Genesis, like say the first, say 2 chapters, right, when it talks about God making the great whales of the sea, like how do you interpret that? If that's not like literal whales in the ocean, like what do you interpret that as?
In Genesis 1?
Yeah, 1 or 2.
Yeah, and like which one? Like Genesis 1:21 you're talking about
I
there
mean,
being
I'd have to pull up the chapter, but I'm sure you're familiar when it talks about he made the great fishes of the sea, right? The great whales of the sea,
that's not what it
and
that's not what that's
and
not
the
what it
birds of
says.
the air. It doesn't say that.
No, that's not what the words that are used in Genesis mean. So the word that's used in Genesis 1:21 that you would interpret as whales or whatever, that word is tanin, and it means like a serpent, something that is like slithering like a serpent. It's the same word used in Exodus chapter 7 verse 9 when he says that if you throw down your staff and cast it before, like you take your staff, he's speaking to Aaron, cast it before the face of Pharaoh, and it will become a tanin, a slithering serpent like thing. So yeah, that word is not
Well,
talking about.
let me for the audience read this. I just pulled it up here on my side. Genesis chapter 1, we'll go to 20 and read to 23. It says, And God said, Let the waters bring forth abundantly the moving creature that has life, and the fowl that may fly above the earth in the open firmament of the heaven. And God created great whales and every living creature that moved, which the waters brought forth abundantly after their kind, and every winged fowl after his kind. And God saw that it was good. And God blessed them, saying, Be fruitful and multiply, and fill the waters in the seas, and let fowls multiply in the earth. And the evening and the morning were the 5th day. So, just so I understand, when you read verse 20 to 23, you'd say that that's not literal animals in the ocean or birds in the sky, but it just represents like nations or peoples or something like that.
Absolutely.
Okay, so the Bible doesn't talk about God creating other creatures other than humans at some point.
Yeah, that's not the purview of Genesis 1 through 3. It's not concerned with actual animals. It's concerned with the nations of people. Yeah, and
Well,
Adam.
what if somebody was to say that when you read Noah's Ark story about when he took the animals into the ark, what if somebody said those are people? Would you accept them saying that, or like what would you
Yeah,
say to?
that's a really good question. When I look at it, I don't see that as being actual like metaphor for people. I do see that as being literal account. But here's the other thing too. I don't believe the flood was a worldwide flood. It was a localized flood. So it's just talking about animals that were like native to that area of the ancient Near East.
What area do you think it happened in the local flood?
Any like I think from like the northern part of Turkey, modern day Turkey, down into Ethiopia, I believe is where that flood occurred.
Okay, well, here's an interesting point to piggyback on that. Like somebody brought up in the comments earlier about around the world, there's like seashells and fish remains on top of mountains, like say
Yeah.
Mount Everest. So, like, how would you explain that if there wasn't a worldwide flood where the mountains were submerged under it?
Yeah.
Like when I read it, it talks about how all the mountains of the earth were underneath the water, and that's why it talks
Mhm.
about Noah sending out the dove to see if it could get a branch. Or then it came back because you couldn't find any land. But the point is that oh damn, what was I trying to say? Oh
The
yeah,
seashells.
yeah, about the seashells. Yeah. So how would you address that from your perspective? Like, how is it like on Mount Everest, one of the tallest mountains in the world? How are there seashells and sea creature remains on that mountain and other mountains around the world if water levels never came to that height before?
Well, yeah, so that's because, I don't think that God made let me let me try and word this properly. God made everything, right? He made the earth, he made all the planets, all that stuff. But Genesis is not concerned about the creation of the physical world or the physical cosmos. It's very possible that everything was underwater at one point and God brought everything out from the water. I don't deny that. So when we're talking about fish and things like that existing, I believe that fish, yeah, could have existed before humans did. Those kind of animals, aquatic animals, could have existed before humanity did. So they were there in the water. God creates the actual earth. The humanity aspect is what's talked about in Genesis chapter 1. God putting mankind, those animals representing non-saved nations or unrighteous people. So I've got no problem with the earth being bajillions of years old, because the Bible doesn't tell you how long the earth was there before God started the days of creation, because it's covenantal creation that's being talked about in Genesis 1 through 2.
Brother, do you accept the Apocrypha books, or do you consider them to be non-canonical?
The only ones that I accept are Second Esdras, and like, yeah, that's it. Yeah,
Well,
Second
what's your
Esdras.
thoughts about the parable in Second Ezra? Let's see if I can remember the chapter. It's either 6 or 14. It talks about the earth being divided into 12 parts, and about how about 10 parts have already passed, and then there remains 2 more parts. Are you familiar with that prophecy?
Yeah, well, that's just a parable. He's talking about the loss of the 10 northern tribes and the remaining 2 tribes, the 2 southern tribes.
Okay, that's an interesting point. I haven't heard it from that perspective before. So, just so I understand, so from your perspective, you think the Earth could be possibly like billions of years old? It's not like a young creation or something like that.
Yeah, I'm not a young Earth creationist. No.
Okay. Well, say for instance, like if humans only existed for like say 6,000 years, like what do you think God had before them? Was the Earth just empty for like billions?
Yeah, that's what it says right there in Genesis chapter 1 verse 2. It's
Yeah, but it
actually
doesn't say
interesting.
how long it was, though. It could have been a week. It could have been 10 years. It doesn't tell you how long it was.
Right. That's the whole thing. So Genesis verse 1 and 2, chapter 1, verse 1 and 2, it's an unknown length of time between those verses, because it says, and the earthland became a chaos and discomposure. Now, I still believe that this is like localized. It's not talking about the whole world, but the Bible does not really talk about what God was doing before he had covenantal creation. So if God was just being God for billions of years before covenantal creation happened, that's on God. I mean, who are we to tell him, no, you can't do that, you know?
Right, I understand. One more thing I'll hit you with. Do you subscribe to geocentric Earth or heliocentric Earth? I don't know if anybody asked you that question before.
No, I'm geocentric. I don't think the earth revolves around the sun.
All right, cool. I could agree with you on that point.
Yeah. So.
Oh, but here's something I'll throw at you. Like, what do you respond to the people that tell you like verses like, say for instance, like was that Psalms 19 or Joshua 10:12, where it talks about the sun moving? What if people tell you that's just like metaphoric or parabolic? Like, how would you refute their claim?
I would just say that's not. I mean, it could be. Honestly, it could be, because this is, like in Joshua 10:12, this is a prophetic uttering, right? It says, then Joshua worded to Yahuwah in the day when Yahuwah gave up the Amorite. Actually, no, I guess, no, I could take it literally. It says, sun stand still or be still at Gibeon, and moon in the lowland plain of Al-Jahan. But also the sun and moon and stars are metaphorical language, talking about bodies of like people, like in Genesis 1, when the sun and moon and stars are created, again, that's talking about bodies of people, covenantal creation type stuff. So yeah, I mean, that's what is it in chapter 1 verse 16, for example? Well, actually 14 through 16. Yeah, this is talking about, I believe, like governments and things like that. So you got the governments that are put in place, and then the people that fill those governments in verses 20 through 23, and then verse 26 and following is like covenantal creation, Adam being the righteous one that was made. So yeah, I mean that's just my view on it. It could be talking about the sun literally stood still, but it also could be metaphorical language talking about like for example, when you look at Judges chapter 5, that's the song of Deborah or Deborah, whatever you want to say. But look at what she says in verse 20. So in Judges chapter 5, verse 20, she says, the stars battled from the heavens, from their highways, they battled against Sisera. But that's, if you go read the chapter before in Judges chapter 4, verse 15, it says, Yahweh stirred about Sisera and all the territory and all the camp, assigning them to the mouth of the sword before the face of Barak. And Sisera came down from the chariot, fled by his feet. So, but this is like, so like the people, like in chapter 5, the stars battling from the heavens from their highways. It's talking about the Israelites that were coming out and battling against Sisera. So, you know, it's all highly metaphoric for sure.
I got one more thing for you, then I'll maybe we could close the stream out because it's been 2 hours. But one more thing to hit you with is Isaiah chapter 9. I'll read it and then ask your thoughts on it. So I'll read it for the audience. Isaiah chapter 9, start at verse 5. It says, for every battle of the warrior is with confused noise and garment trolled in blood, but this shall be with burning and fuel of fire. Excuse background noise. For unto us a child is born, unto us a son is given, and the government shall be upon his shoulder, and his name shall be called Wonderful Counselor, the Mighty God, the Everlasting Father, the Prince of Peace. And of the increase of his government and peace there shall be no end, upon the throne of David, and upon his kingdom, to order it and to establish it with judgment and with justice from thenceforth for even forever. The zeal of the Lord of hosts will perform this. So do you believe that's Christ? And are we currently living under that rule of Christ and his governance right now in the 21st century?
Absolutely. Yeah. Let's talk about the institution of the new covenant.
That's interesting. So like when it's like, say for instance, like what about verse 5 when it talks about that this battle shall be fought with burning and fuel of fire? You'd say that's 70 AD, right?
This battle for what it says, for every boot is.
Yeah, I'll read it. I'll read it for the audience. Verse 5, it says, for every battle of the warrior is with confused noise and garment trolled in blood, but this shall be with burning and with fuel of fire.
Is that the King James version?
Yes, King James version.
Oh, dude, yeah, that's a terrible translation. The direct translation from the Masoretic text says, "For every boot is booting with shaking, and the covering garment is being rolled in blood, and it will become burning food for the fire." That covering garment is absolutely talking about the.
For you though, why didn't you go to the Hebrew? Because wasn't it written in Hebrew?
Yeah, that's the Masoretic text. It's Hebrew.
Okay.
Yeah, that covering garment is harkening back to like the law that's given there in, like, for example, Exodus 19. You know, look at like verse. Well, actually, we could look at like. Yeah, I guess this word covering garment is just talking about, like, I think it's talking about the priestly garments personally in Isaiah chapter.
How about this one right here? Then I'll let you go. What is this? Isaiah. Oh, hold on. Do I not have the right chapter? Oh, 2 Peter 3:10. It says, but the day of the Lord shall come as a thief in the night, in which the heavens shall pass away with a great noise, and the elements they shall melt with fervent heat, and the earth also and the works that are therein shall be burned up. So the question I just have for you with that is, like, I know you're already going to say it's 70 AD, but like, how were the elements burnt up in 70 AD? Like, I mean,
Well,
the clouds over Jerusalem weren't set on fire, right?
right. No, that word though in Greek is stoikeion. That Greek word, what it means by elements is like the things that okay, sorry. Let me rephrase this. The word stoikeion means the elementary principles that make up a system of something. Because when you look at that word stoikeion, look at how Paul uses it in Galatians 4 verse 3. He says, "Thus we also, when we were minors, were ones having been enslaved under the stoikeion of the cosmos." So it's not saying that they were literally enslaved under like the elements of the periodic table of elements didn't exist in the 1st century AD. This is talking about things that make up like the constituent elements that make up the greater part of something. So that in 2 Peter chapter 3 verse 10 and 12, talking about the elements of the law. That's what that temple represented. The elementary, basic foundation of the law would be loosened away, and it was scorched, which happened. It caught on fire.
Okay. Well, I'll accept your answer for that, man. If you have anything else, we can address that. But Drew, do you have anything? You've been waiting patiently for an hour listening. If you have anything to add to the chat.
Yeah, I just mainly just been listening. I mean, for what do you believe in, like, preterism? I think at first, like, it sounds good, but I think it gets to a point where eventually where it's just like it's too good to be true. I don't see how like that's how I see it. Like because was back like a few years ago whenever we used to talk to like a primal man, right?
Yeah.
Preterism and whatnot. It's like it sounds good at first, but like the truth is like I said, it's too good to be true. It's
like I debated a primal man on it a couple of times, but yeah, someone was telling me recently, he was like, you know what, man, maybe that wasn't true, right? So he was a hardcore preterist for years, but then just recently, him and Gonzo, they just came out of that, a belief. I mean, you got to give the guy props that he was able to admit that he was wrong, and not a lot of people would do that. But yeah, it's it does seem too good to be true, in my opinion.
Oh, really? He actually came back. He said it was primal man. He came.
Yeah, Primal Man. Someone was telling me on Discord that knows Primal Man that he left that belief. Oh, and by the way, Rudy's in the chat. Shout out Rudy, by the way. And he said, Drew, come back to Discord. So I'll leave that between the two of you. I don't know what's going on there, but that's just what he said in the comments.
Yeah, and I'll have to join the Discord back eventually. But yeah. I don't know. I like to watch like your streams and examine before like I like jump in and start like starting like debates and whatnot.
Yeah, I hear that. That's always good. No, I do the same tactic myself. Yo, real quick, for Noel in the comment section, this one guy, he said, "Hey man, I joined, but I'm busy at work. Might review." Yeah, feel free to do that, man. Noel, you're welcome to take the video and review it. Just send me a link to it. I listen to the to your commentary over it, so just send me a link to that. But yeah, you feel free to do that, man.
All right, man. Well, Nathan, maybe one day we will have a discussion that will change your mind on something. But
yeah, I mean that's cool, man. Like, as I said, I don't have any problem with having a conversation with anybody about any subject. Hell, even Jill was up here earlier, which she always complains, "Oh, we don't have to go on." But I let him on, and the dude was sitting there being quiet the whole time. But I don't turn down discussions with anybody. As we saw, there was an atheist on here. We were able to keep it respectful and friendly. So yeah, man. Even though we don't agree on it, it's always good to have these conversations because your audience or my audience could listen to these conversations and learn. Hell, they might conclude you're right. They might conclude I'm right. We'll leave that up for them to decide. But as I said, man, feel free to re-upload the video on your page for your audience. That's completely fine. And I appreciate you coming by, Preterist. It was a good conversation.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you. God bless.
All right. So Drew, if you got to drop, you can drop. But I might go for maybe 5 more minutes.
Give me 1 sec.
Yeah, take your time. All right, hang on a second.
Yeah, I don't think I really have much to add. I don't know. I think
we got Rudy here.
More to say, but like I kind of just let him join in like pretty quick, and you had just started streaming, so that's yeah. I was gonna have him join in, talk about a lot more, but that preterist joined in, and y'all wanted to talk about that.
Okay, real quick, I didn't understand what you said. Did you say you send a link to somebody to join? You said.
Yeah, the Black Rabbit. I was gonna have him join in. Y'all talk about like some.
Me and him, we talked for probably a good half an hour at least throughout it. He was a cool guy. He's welcome to come back, for a discussion next time. I mean, I don't have a problem with that. He sounded pretty reasonable and friendly First time I had a conversation with him. So yeah, he's certainly welcome to come back another time. Rudy, I'll say it again. You're on stage. If you want to check your mic, we can't hear you. There's also somebody else named Wisely Curry or something like that. I might let you on, but let's see how Rudy goes first. That is if he talks.
Yo, hello? Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you, Rudy. What's up?
Nothing much. I just wanted to join because it's an open panel, but also because there was 5 minutes left.
Yep, go ahead if you got some. Drew's on here as well.
Yeah, it's been a while since we talked to him, man. Yeah, it's been a while though. I think last time I talked to you, like, I think I got upset because you were talking about because I believe in like the obviously like the once saved always saved. That's kind of why I left, because I got upset because I was like, I don't know, like I was having trouble like with my beliefs. You know what I mean? Like that's what it was. So that's kind of why I left for a bit. But yeah.
That was but yeah, you can join back whenever. How about just surprise
I know
you?
where to find out. Yeah, just join up on Jay's Discord. Yeah, I know where to find out. Yeah.
Right. But yeah, that was pretty good.
Yeah.
Are you gonna join back soon?
I probably will. I'll probably join up, but yeah, I don't know. We'll see though. So wait, do you believe in like the whole Israelite teaching, Rudy, or
Part of it. Also, this Wesley Curry guy. Can I just say something about him?
Yeah, go ahead. I booted him out of here because I could read from the back chat that it's just a troll. So I'm not going to waste my time on that. But you're welcome to address it.
Right. I just wanted to address it. I doubt he's still here, but I've seen him go around other Christian chats, and he's not a troll, but he is kind of out there. By the way, like he's actually serious about his quote unquote prophecies. But
Yeah,
that
from
doesn't
what
mean
I'm hearing, it sounds like another Samuel Owen, right?
yeah, I know, right?
Oh, believe it or not, that dummy's still streaming on YouTube every day. Like, say for instance, I saw that he was doing a live stream maybe 2 days ago, and I commented on two different accounts because they kept banning my accounts for what reason. I told him, drop a link and let me on, man. Let's have a discussion. And for whatever reason, he don't want to do it, even though the dude has like 1 or 0 people watching the live stream. So I don't know what the hell that dude's on about, but he still believes that he's Jesus today, as retarded as that sounds.
Yeah, it's really weird and sad. I think someone convinced him he was Jesus, and they just trolled him, and then he went with it. And I don't know, dude. It's just weird.
I know who you are talking about. Like, the guy with like the shaved head, like the white guy who seemed like he was like Christ.
Yeah, the dude looks like a Kevin Wendell Crumb from the movie Split, if you ever seen that. That's basically this guy, Samuel Owen, in a nutshell, right? He got 20 different personalities. 1 minute he'll be happy. Next minute he'll be screaming and yelling. 1 minute he's Samuel Owen. 1 minute he's Jesus Christ. Then another minute he's the roaring lion from the tribe of Edom. And again, I wish I could be sarcastic, but I'm being serious with what I'm saying. That's just that individual right there.
Yeah, he's pretty manic. I tried. Oh, Wesley. Yeah, he was listening. I think you should have let him on just to see what he had to say out of entertainment, but it's your show. I just wanted to hop on real quick.
Maybe I'll reconsider. Yo, Rudy, it's been a long time, man. I haven't talked to you in it gotta be at least 5 months, man.
Yeah, other than the Discord,
well, yeah, other than a text back and forth, but I mean live stream conversation.
Right.
But where you been, man? I haven't seen you around.
Same place, same time. What about you?
Oh, man, it's not going too well over here, but hey, just one day at a time. That's how I gotta look at it.
Nice. What about you, Drew? What have you been up to?
I mean, pretty much same thing, man. Really not much. That's all there is to it. So, yeah.
That's what's up.
Yeah.
But yo, anyway, I'm gonna close the stream out in a minute or two. But I appreciate you guys stopping by, though. All right.
Yeah, of course. Thanks for having me on. Appreciate it.
You as well. All right, so I'll make it easy for y'all. I'll just remove y'all from the stage. All right, and then y'all should be able to exit out. Shout out to everybody who came on today. Actually, everybody was very respectable and friendly on stream today, which is typically like unheard of. Well, I guess we have Curry who tried to join in the comment section, which that's a whole nother story in itself. Everybody on panel today was very respectable. So got to give credit to each of them for coming up. And yeah, I hope everybody enjoyed the stream. I mean, I might go a couple more minutes, but as far as I know, the panel is now closed. And it's funny, like this guy Jill, which you saw him up here, so he can't sit there and say that I don't let him on my streams or that I don't do open panels because I just had like 10 people up here today, right? Just a side note on that. Which, by the way, he challenged me to a discussion about like slavery in the Old Testament, which I took him up on the challenge, but I'm not sure when I'll be able to get around to doing that stream. You know what I'm saying? So at some point, I will take him up on that offer. I have his Gmail so I can contact him. And by the way, let me flash it on the screen here for everybody. If anybody has a question or a comment that would like to contact me personally, that's my personal Gmail. You can see on the screen right there. Just copy that on Gmail. You can send me a private message. And if you want to join the Discord server, I can send you the link at the Gmail as well. But I cannot put that in the YouTube comment section. YouTube is awfully funny when it comes to, sending links for some strange reason. Bear with me a second. All right, let's see. All right, so I'm just going to scroll up through the chat and see if I missed any comments from earlier. I'm pretty sure I said hi to almost everybody in here. Oh, somebody named Bob. How you doing, Bob? Bob said, church is closed on Christmas. Now, I don't know where you're living, man. Shit, maybe if you're in like the Vatican or something, maybe it's closed on Christmas. But I mean, shit, over here, it's open on Christmas. As I said, the statistic is that, the two most popular days out of the year for people attending church service is Easter and Christmas. So how the hell could the church be closed on Christmas if that's like literally the most popular day out of the year to go? Matter of fact, I remember when I was living with my cousins, every Christmas they would have to wait to open their, presents until they got back from church service on Christmas. So, hell, if anybody knows that church service is on Christmas, I know because I live with people who went to their church service. Usually the night before and on Christmas morning. Let's see. Hell, Rudy's still sitting there in the back chat. I mean, yo, man, you could have stopped by earlier, man. I was on here almost 3 damn hours. As to when the next one's gonna be, hey, what's up, youth? Thanks for stopping by. I mean, I might be able to do one tomorrow. It's just gonna depend. And if I do one tomorrow, it's gonna be early in the day, like probably, I don't know, maybe 11, 12, something like that. Like not at nighttime, but in daytime. I can't promise because I don't know what I got going on over here, but it's a possibility. Let's see. Yeah, I mean that dude earlier. I forget the guy's name, the atheist that came up here, but he got cut on that Noah's Ark thing. Like I brought up, I don't know if I stuttered when I read like the article that I just pulled up or something. Now thinking back, well, all I did was I went on Google and I typed up, was the Titanic longer than Noah's Ark, and it was like almost double the length. And the whole reason I brought it up is, how's he going to say that Noah's Ark couldn't have floated? Right, it was like too heavy and odd. But yet the Titanic, which is like what 10 times heavier and almost double the size, was able to float. And well, it only sank because they hit an iceberg. So hell, the ship could even be set. If they didn't hit the iceberg, the ship could even still exist today if it, didn't hit the iceberg. So the point is, it still sailed, but it was double the size of the Bible boat. So he's cut on that. Sure, one could say maybe it was made of different materials. That's perhaps true, but that being said, if the Titanic can float and it's it's like that, then I don't see how you could say the biblical one couldn't. Let's see. Oh, Martin Berto put up a link in the comment section. People watching probably can click the link there. He said, scientists plan on excavating Noah's Ark site after more research. Jay, hey, what's up, Jay? Jay said Jill is going to hell. Well, hell don't exist. He's just being sarcastic. I'm not sure what the beef is between Jill and Jay. I'm not sure what they got going on. Yeah, this isn't true. Whites are actually Edomites according to the Bible, not what you're saying there. That's incorrect. Again, that doesn't mean that every person that has white skin is a descendant of Esau, but by vast majority they would be. Just like, I'll give an example. Just because you got black skin doesn't mean that you're an Israelite. So just because you have white skin doesn't mean that you're an Edomite. But we're talking about like by a large majority, right? A large majority of Caucasians go back to Esau. But that doesn't mean that every person is, though. Right? And that part needs to be clarified. It does not mean that every person is. Right? The Bible talks about trying the heart, right? Trying the spirit of a person. If they look white, but they can sincerely believe, well, then it's a good chance that they're actually a descendant of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, going back through their lineage. Oh, that's a good question. I didn't get to ask Preterist this. It's kind of hard to keep track of the comments and still try to put on a show for the audience at the same time. It's not hard. I mean, let me phrase myself. It is hard to multitask, right? It's hard to multitask and keep track of these multiple things at one time here. But Martin Berto asked a good question and said, when was there a one world government, currency, and religion? Yeah, that's a good question. Because again, if we're in the kingdom today, right? Well, like, where's doesn't make sense. I mean, hey, y'all can decide who you fought won. Did ETT win the debate, or did Preterist win the debate? You guys can decide that, right? You can decide. Matter of fact, let me know in the comment section, right? Did Preterist win or did ETT win? Y'all let me know down below. I mean, I think it's very clear who took the win there. I'm not going to say I did completely. What's the word I'm looking for? Maybe there's one or 2 points I could have presented better. I can admit that. But overall, I think I had the upper hand in that conversation. No disrespect to Preterists, but I think my arguments were more on point than his. But maybe that's just my opinion. Yeah, this was a good one. I wanted to harp on this with Preterist because it's like, well, how the hell are wars going on right now in the world today? Like literally, I seen just yesterday there was like a massive attack in Ukraine where like 20 people died or something like that. 12 to 20 people died and dozens were injured. in Ukraine, not to mention what's going on in the front lines over there. So it's like, well, if this is the kingdom, right? If Christ is ruling the nations today, well, why the hell are there, all these wars taking place? But we read in Isaiah 2 that the nations wouldn't know war anymore. So how the hell could we be in the kingdom and under Christ's rulership if the nations are still in war today? And then literally over the past, 100 and some years, there was World War I and World War II, which killed 100+ million people. So something's not adding up here. Right? I mean, I can't be the only one who realizes that there's something strange going on with this preterism nonsense. And this was a good one too. Something I'll add on it is the Bible says, Proverbs chapter 29 verse 2. It says, "For the earth was given into the hands of the wicked." Or excuse me, that Job 9:24. The earth was given into the hands of the wicked. Right, Job chapter 9 verse 24, and then back that up with Proverbs chapter 29 verse 2. It says, when the righteous are in authority, the people rejoice, but when the wicked bear rule, the people mourn. Everybody's in mourning out here, right? Everybody is sad. Everybody is depressed. Everybody's on antidepressants. Everybody is all, overworked and underpaid. Everybody out here is in a bad condition, right? Families are broken, relationships are broken. It's real bad out here. I mean, this isn't the kingdom here. I mean, shit, if this is the kingdom, I can't imagine what so-called hell must be like. Oh man. Let's see. Oh, this is a good one. I brought it up to him too. He said, "Why are people allowed to blaspheme God if we're in the kingdom here?" Right, that's a good point. Like here's another example. Like, doesn't Christ say that there's a scripture? Oh, let me see if I can remember it. Here, bear with me for a second. I could quote it, but I want to see if I can pull it up here. My internet's a little slow on my second device here, so you're gonna have to bear with me. Okay. This is one I can use. This is a good one. Romans chapter 14, and we'll start at 11. It says, "For it is written, as I live, says the Lord, every knee shall bow to me, and every tongue shall confess to God. So then every one of us shall give account of himself to God." And there's other verses in the Bible we could go to, but the point is that it accounts that everybody's going to have to, confess to Christ, or everybody's going to have to bow one day, even the demons. So, wait, if Christ is ruling today, well, how the hell are there a billion Hindus and a billion Muslims and a billion atheists? Like, if, in simple terms, there's billions of people on earth today who reject Christ. So, how the hell could Christ be ruling the nations today? And the nations being in obedience and subjection today, if the nations obviously are not in obedience and not in subjection. I mean, like, seriously, like this is so clear to see that this is not going on right now today. And again, if somebody wants to remain in arrogance and ignorance, they're welcome to do that. But when we acknowledge these factual talking points, it's very clear, who is right and who is wrong. Just for my OCD, I'll wrap it up at 3 hours. I see it's 2 hours, 40 minutes. I'm like, just for my OCD, we'll go 20 more minutes because I don't like to see the uneven numbers. This is another good one. I believe he meant to say kingdom here. He said, ask them where the kingdom on earth is at if it speaks of gates. Well, again, their answer for that is they say the gates are not literal. Like literally, he called in and talked to the Cross the Line Radio IHUPK Captains Azariak and Chatazah live stream. That's what we referred to earlier in the stream when I told him I watched the conversation that he had with the ISUPK captains. That's the topic they talked about, like the physical gates. Is it like literal? Is it figurative? Their position is it's not literal. Our position, of course, that it is literal. And that's the disconnect. When I asked a guy, I was very slick and asked him, well, hold up a second. Well, if all these verses in the Bible are not literal when it talks about, Christ ruling the nations and about like a city made of gold and stones and having 12 foundations in it and 12 gates with the 12 apostles' names above them and one gate for each tribe to enter the kingdom. If all of this isn't literal, well, then what's stopping somebody from saying that Christ wasn't literal either? Like, couldn't somebody just say it was like a metaphor? Like Christ didn't actually die on the cross and rise again? Can't they just say it was like metaphoric? Like, say, for instance, for hypothetical, couldn't somebody say when it talks about Christ rising, it was actually metaphoric to mean that Christianity would grow and spread his word instead of him actually rising from the grave? Like, couldn't somebody say that? Like, how would you combat somebody like that? Again, from their position, everything, got to be taken with a grain of salt. Everything in the Bible is not literal. It's like, okay, well, then how do you know that the death and resurrection of Christ was literal then? If everything else is like not literal. I think he dodged and weaved, through that. Let's see. He said, I'm going to join y'all and whip his ass in the group chat after I'm done. I'm not sure if he's even in the Discord server, man. But you're welcome to share your thoughts in the server. I believe we got like 70 people in there now. Which, there's some trolls in there too. But, yeah, let's see. Tiger Claw. I remember this guy. He was in a video comment section I put up the other day. How you doing, Tiger? Yes, how old are you? I'm 22 years old. But I've been in the truth for 10 years. I came into the truth when I was 12. I've been a follower of Christ since I was 12. So I've been in the truth for 10 years now. I've been teaching on YouTube for like almost 9 years. I started teaching on YouTube in 2016, so nearly 9 years. I know there's some new comments coming in, but I'm just trying to go over the old ones here just so I make sure I get to address everybody's questions or comments, just to try to be fair. I mean, hey, why is Curry, if you're listening, man, hey, look, you don't know them scriptures, right? You don't know them skibbities. You can skibba these nuts. You can skibba these nuts. Inside joke, right? That's what you can do, Mr. Curry. This brother said he has one more question. I mean, you can ask in the chat down here if you got another question. Oh, okay. My bad. I see your question down there. I didn't scroll down far enough, so my apology. I'll address in a second. Rudy said, I don't know if I have that patience. This is his question. He said, do you believe in the story with Solomon and the ring? God gave him power over demons, etc. I mean, is there a chapter and verse you could quote for that? I've heard of that before, but I can't recall if I read over that in the scriptures. So I'd have to go back and read over that if you know the chapter to address that question. Hell, it sounds like some of that, Lord of the Rings stuff. Right, the ring, right, the power over the ring. Right, the ring of power. Man, I used to collect those Lego sets, right? You always got like free rings of power with any of the sets that you buy. They always throw like free extra ones in. Let's see. Yeah, hey, look, I agree. I agree with Rudy. Right, I agree with Rudy here. Say what you want, but yeah, I think I took the win there. Hey, how you doing, Luke? Hope you're doing well, Luke. I always feel bad for Luke. He always joins in the streams when I'm nearly the end. Nearly at the end of the stream. Hell, I don't know if it's just bad luck or just our time zone difference because he's over in Australia, and I'm over here in the States. So it's probably just has to do with our time differences. Like hell, I'll give you an example, right? Like I seen he was doing a stream not too long ago at like 3 or 4 in the morning my time, but it was like 12 o'clock in the afternoon or 1 o'clock in the afternoon at his time. So it shows the difference between our time zones. He said the Hamites were also black as well, right? I'd say, yeah, there's other nations in the Bible who are black other than Israel. So that's what, like I said earlier, just because somebody's black, it doesn't automatically mean that they're an Israelite, because there were other nations who have black skin other than Israel. Okay, let me see here. I'm just looking over something. All right, Luke said right now it is 9:30 a.m. on the east coast of Australia. Yeah, over here it's 7:30 p.m. So should somebody do the math on that? Shit, I'm not good when it comes to those numbers, right? Oh, he said it's raining over there. Yeah, that's cool, man. I myself I like when it's rainy, right? I like the rainy weather. It was actually raining earlier this morning, but over here the rain never lasts very long. Like shit, I used to live down in Florida, man. And I kid you not, like sometimes the rain would literally last like 5 minutes and then it won't rain for another week. Or sometimes it'll rain like 5 times in a day, but like 10 minutes each time. And, would stop for like an hour or two and then start again and then stop and then start. Or even I've seen sometimes where it would be raining on one side of the street and not on the other side of the street down in Florida. And man, down in Florida, the clouds are like very close to the ground. They look to be maybe, I don't know, like 300 feet up compared to, over here where I'm at now. They look closer to the ground down there for whatever reason. I say he's on a flood watch. Yeah, sounds intense, man. I was watching a little or earlier today. I only got like 3 hours of sleep last night. I stayed up and watched a little bit of Pope Francis' funeral that took place earlier today. And then I had to play, some Call of Duty as well, and listen to a couple things on YouTube. So I didn't get much sleep. I got maybe 3.5 hours of sleep. So yeah, I'm tired, but I got these like something I'm drinking now, which I didn't open it yet because I'm streaming. But when I'm done here, I got this exclusive WWE spiked alcohol drink here. It's called the Rumble Punch. If anybody wants to look that up, these actually were I've had them before. They're pretty damn good, and they're only $1. They're like literally 99 cents. I mean, they're like let me see if I can see the ounce on here. I think it's like an 8-ounce can or like 8 ounces. Oh, even less. It's says 7.5 ounce. So a small ass can, but I mean, hey, for $1, you can't argue with it. Let me see. So the stream is wrapping up very soon. I got 10 more minutes left. If there's any last minute questions or comments, I would recommend getting those in now because there's only 10 minutes left. It's ending basically exactly at 3 hours. I just got a little note over here I gotta look for real quick. I've been liking these little notepads. Like, I don't know, Luke, if you have the Dollar Tree over in Australia, which, I follow what the Wolf Pit likes to say. Shout out to the Wolf Pit. Look him up on YouTube, right? That dollar store food review channel. He always calls a dollar store his own personal adult playground, right? So I take that quote from him, right? You can always find me at the Dollar Tree, always buying, their products there. But I found this nice little notepad I got. It's just, $1.25, but it got like 100 sheets. It's I'd say it's probably about 13 inches long, like from top to bottom. And it's actually pretty nice, right? Pens right well on it. It even has like a built-in magnet on the back, so you can like stick it onto the fridge or a cabinet or something. Pretty nice for the price they wanted for it. Here, bear for me a second. All right, I was just expecting a package, so I'm just making sure it wasn't there. Okay, there were some comments coming in. Lion of Judah asks, what do you think about Market Allen King? Market Allen King. Maybe you spelled the name wrong. If not, I'm not sure what that is. Dwayne Line said, Lynn, what is it? Lynn? Excuse me if I mispronounced that. Diane, right? Excuse my name pronunciations being incorrect. I've talked to like 20 different people on here tonight, so do excuse me. They said Wisely Curry too is always hilarious in the chats. I've seen him in Perry's chat too. I mean, hey, look, I wasn't against letting him on here, but I already know how it's going to go. And he also put up a retarded statement in the back chat here. So I was like, you know what? Do I really want to, ruin a good stream with bringing a dumbass up here that's just going to waste our time? You know what I'm saying? So, in short terms, a guy put up in the back chat here, which y'all can't see because it's only for people who joined the panel. Like, we can send a message to each other back and forth that we don't want, the audience seeing. Like, say, for instance, I asked Jill here before I let him up, like, you got a question or comment, Jill? And he's like, nah, just let me up, man. I was like, okay. So Curry said, well, unless the 1 minute will let you choose to decide, sweet Jesus was revealed to me and said, I'll reign with him. And I'm the comforter. And, for 7 days and saw Jesus in a vision. I'll give y'all, a minute to decide if you'll let me up. And if you interrupt me one time, I will leave without saying. I'm thinking to myself, it's like, I mean, hey, look, I don't mind bringing somebody up on panel to have a conversation. I don't have a problem with that. Just as you saw with me bringing Jill up, the atheist up as well, and what's the other guy? Preterist, right? I don't mind bringing anybody up for a conversation, but I mean, if you're just going to sit there and act retarded and stupid, well, it's a time and place for everything, right? And right now is not the time and place for that. But I gave him an option, but he didn't want to accept the option. But I was like in the back chat, like, hey, if you can behave yourself and, actually have a question or a comment, that's not stupid, then I can let you up. But, he don't want to do that. Base Trooper. He asked, have you debated an atheist before? Well, he's just joining in, so I can't blame him. But yeah, literally today we had an atheist call in and had a debate. And I've debated many atheists. I mean, again, I've been on YouTube having these conversations for 9 years now, right? 9 years just about. talked to plenty of atheists. We had a troll back in the day, back with Kyle and Rock and King Lion and Ridge. You can ask him. But there was a guy back then that would always harass my guy Kyle. This guy called himself Atheist Alien. It's just little, 13-year-old or something. But, he used to be called like Atheist Alien or something like that. And that's an atheist that Kyle and I have talked to back then. And last year I had a conversation with what's this guy? I think it's the Raging Atheist. I've had a conversation with the Raging Atheist before, which is a popular atheist streamer who left Christianity and accepts atheism. And then I've also did a conversation with another atheist. His YouTube channel is called Deconverted Man. Right, Deconverted Man. He was like a Christian for some time. Then he left the faith and called himself Deconverted. Right, he converted away from Christianity. So me and him did maybe an hour conversation, maybe a year and a half ago. That dude got smoked. Though. I mean, all these atheists, are very easy to very easy to refute, very easy to prove them to be incorrect. That guy I told you about in Discord. I mean, I have to. Wait, are you talking about that Curry dude? Is that the guy you were telling me? Oh, never mind. I know what you're talking about now. You're talking about that Israelite looking guy that you sent me like a video of his. Let me open up my Discord on my right hand over here. Bear with me a second. Oh, okay. That's why I couldn't tell the name. Yeah, Mark Allen King, it says, and it's like just a picture of some black dude with like a purple IUIC shirt on or something like that. And Lion of Judah gave me a little rundown of him. He said he believes that the second coming is the people rising up against the government, and Revelation is fake. He also believes the prophecies were made up to scare people. And he also believes that mankind will deliver themselves from this wickedness, and Yahweh won't do it because it's up to humanity to bring the kingdom on earth. Wow. I mean, in some aspects, it seems similar to preterism, right? It seems similar to preterism, but it has its different takes as well. But yeah, that's strange. I mean, that's pretty bizarre right there. Like, how the hell could Revelations be fake, but yet you're still on there teaching out of the Bible? Like, wait, if the one part was corrupted, wasn't the rest of it corrupted then? I mean, what's the logic behind it? I mean, come on, man. Some of these guys are just, they're not lost in the sauce. They are drowning in the sauce, right? They're not lost in the sauce. They are drowning in the sauce. Inside joke. Let me see. Oh, okay, cool. Jay said, you need to bring Perry on this stream more often. Hey, look, man, ever since that debate that we did, that final showdown that me and Perry Green did back in October on Nick's panel, which shout out to Nick from Signs and Wonders if he's listening. Shout out to him for hosting that debate. But ever since we did that last debate, this dude has been basically off the internet. And he won't mention me because he knows I completely, I turned him into a stir fry in that debate. I mean, I whooped this dude so bad. I bitch slapped this dude so hard, he woke up on another planet. I talk about the slap heard across the world, right? Absolutely backhanded this dude. Like, I mean, I'm not even being sarcastic at this point. I mean, that was brutal, absolutely brutal, that debate. Ever since that, the dude really won't say anything about me and really doesn't do debates anymore because he got his ass cooked. He got whooped and cooked, turned him into a human stir fry. I mean, that boy knows not to come around here. He got whooped. Let's see. Said Perry's a gangster. I mean, shit, I'd say he's a lot more than that. He said there's a federal election happening in Australia. And there's elections going on all over the world, it seems, man. Oh shit, there was something I wanted to mention about that dude. Oh, like say for instance, right? Think about how stupid this is. At one point, Perry was like, "Hey, look, I don't care. People can show up to my house and debate me." He literally gives his own home address on the internet and tells people they can show up at his house and have like Bible studies with him or whatever. Or tells people, I'll be at this state on this day, come show up and let's chat. But yet, all of a sudden, now the dude's so paranoid that he says, "Hey, look, people can't even use my name anymore on YouTube. Right? Don't let ETT call me Perry Green because, see, he's using my full name. That's not allowed." But tell me, aren't you literally using your name on your own live streams and literally putting your own home address out there? Which, by the way, I'm not giving that out. Why? Because I'm showing him respect. First of all, I don't even know it to begin with because I don't give a shit to know. But second of all, even if I did know, I wouldn't put that out there. Just like I also would not put his phone number out there if I knew that. Why? Because that's called being respectful. Something that he doesn't know anything about. And another thing, so not only is he bitching and complaining about people using his name on the internet anymore. So the guy went from a, big, guy got big balls and put in his name and address on the internet to now being a little sissy and doesn't even let people use his name on the internet anymore. I mean, talk about, that dude got a bad case of ligma. I mean, I'm not even going to use what I want to say. And then another time, the dude was like, touring the country doing Bible teachings on the street. I saw he was over in Philadelphia, talking maybe 2 years ago. I told him, "Hey, look, man, I'm like an hour from Philadelphia. How about you guys come down here with your travel van you got? And how about we just go downtown in a public area and let's do a debate downtown? We can have a friendly, respectful conversation. We could stream it live or pre-record it, your choice. Just name the day you can be down there and I'll be there." And the dude turned it down. It's like, your choice, man. But, I put the offer on the table and he turned it down. Oh, I hear you, man. That dude's a gangster, right? But that's not godlike, right? Living that hood life, living that, gangster life. That's not Jesus like, man. Like Jesus wasn't going around as a gangster, calling people all of these malicious things that Perry is, and Perry's nothing like Jesus, right? Basically, Perry Green is Satan in human form. That's what Perry Green is in his cult that he's running, called Perryism. But he met his match when he debated me. He met his match. That's why the dude is basically disappeared from the internet now, because he sees that he's full of shit. Hey, what can I say, Diane? People tell me that I got them serious jokes. Yeah, I remember this one time I was sitting there playing. I was playing Call of Duty. Was it Warzone or something like that? Was in the lobby with the team, right? There's this old black dude on there, and it was like 3 other girls were on there talking with, and I was like, this dude sounds like that. What's that? Sounds like that lizard from the Uncle Grandpa show on Cartoon Network. And the server, lost their minds out of laughter. But it was true. Like literally, if you look up that cartoon, that sounds identical to this dude. I was like, I can't believe that this dude actually sounds just like that cartoon character. At first, when I heard it, I was like, is somebody using like a voice changer to try to like mimic a character in game to try to be funny? That's what I thought at first, because they're so similar to each other. Oh man, let's see what's going on in the chat. Oh yeah, look. So he said he even gave out his own cell phone number on the internet as well. Yeah, yeah. See, he said I remember when he gave out his own address too. Let me see. Man, I don't know about that. I didn't see that, but according to Diane, she said his mother-in-law told the chat to call the police on Perry. I told her she should be the one to call, not us in chat. LOL. Yeah, I mean, like seriously, like what's the chat gonna do? Well, I guess they know the guy's location, but any normal YouTuber wouldn't give that out. Like say for instance, like over the last decade on YouTube, there's been a lot of like trends that people do to try to be funny. Like there's something called swatting. And what they'll do is they'll like, say that, there's this popular YouTuber that's like holding people hostage at this location. And the SWAT teams will literally show up and think that there's a hostage situation going on. Like it's not funny. People could literally get killed, and people are sitting there just joking around about this shit. It's real messed up, right? It's real messed up, but that's why you don't want to put that information out there on the internet, because there's messed up people out there. Let's see. Bro, I don't know what you mean. He said gangster standing on business and taking care of family. That's not gangster, man. That's not a gangster lifestyle. That's a holy lifestyle right there, right? Standing on business and taking care of family. That's not how a gangster lives. You want to see how a gangster lives? Go look up how people are living over in Haiti right now. That's a gangster lifestyle over there. Shit, and I'll prove it to you. If you ever watch some of these like travel videos, like say for instance a Christmas list or Arab or Indigo Traveler, when they go over to like Haiti and interview the gang members over there, they're always having diss tracks and their own raps that they make up. So it shows they're over there as gangsters in gangs, and they got their own like songs and shit, and trying to get popular on social media. Some of these guys, so they quite literally fit that definition of a gangster. At least a large majority of them over there, it seems. I haven't seen that one, but what I have seen is the video with Perry's pastor. Which, again, it's none of my business what they're doing outside of YouTube and their history. That's not for me to decide or whatever. But I saw what the pastor was saying. It was like, oh, on his wedding day, we agreed to do everything for free for them. But then Perry wanted his kids to go on stage and talk about how bad of a pastor he was and that everybody would be going to hell if they don't subscribe to Perry's YouTube channel and leave the church. And the pastor, when he found out about his plan, he was like, man, we're still willing to do the wedding for you, even though we disagree. But, you're not going to, let your kids go up there and, give that message to the congregation. And Perry got, he flipped the F out and, started throwing stuff and, hitting people. And, a lot of bullshit went down according to the pastor. So that just shows you, man. It's pathetic. Right? That dude should be, checked out, get a mental evaluation. Let's see. Yeah, I'm sorry to hear that, man. Yo, and Jay, are you paying for a StreamYard or are you using the free version? I'm thinking to myself, like, who the hell out here is actually paying, um, $50 a month? Like, I remember complaining like 2 or 3 years ago how StreamYard was like 25 a month. I was saying that's a little much. And then they go up to $50 a month, 45, $50. Who the hell out here? I've literally met like 3 people that are paying that. It's like, I was thinking earlier about something, let's see, what can I say? I was thinking like, if you make a product at an affordable price, you'll make more money compared to making it at a more expensive price, because the product can be bought by more people if it's cheaper compared to being a little bit more expensive, where only a couple people can get it, compared to a large amount of people who can buy the product for a cheaper price. So like, say for instance, if there's like a canned soda, like a special collaboration or something, like two brands collide with a new limited edition or something, and they want $5 for it, or $6 for it, people ain't gonna be able to buy that. They make much more money if they just put it at like $3, because more people will buy it compared to few people buying it at a more expensive price. So you can actually make more money by selling it for less. Let's see. Yeah, Jay said, I can't afford $50. I haven't paid for anything. I closed my bank account recently. I'm barely making anything. Yeah, I hear you, man. I hear what you're saying. Then you got these 300-pound land whales out here, living, on that SSI, right, off of our blood, sweat, and tears. Hey, look, as I said, man, they don't got to worry about life's insecurities. They get social security. Let me say that again. That's the bar that I'm dropping tonight on here. They don't got to worry about life's insecurities. They get social security. Inside joke. That's a nasty bar right there. Oh man, ain't nobody can come up with that. And it's true, right? It's 100% true. There's nigglets out here, living on that SSI, and having a whale of a time, right, out here, and then all of us out here at the bust our balls for nothing. This is a bullshit society, and it deserves to be criticized and called out. And if anybody doesn't have a pair of balls to stand up to this beast called America, this authoritarian country called the United States, well, then you just don't got a pack of balls on you. You don't got a sack if you can't stand up to the corruption. And you might not be a man of the Lord if you cannot stand up to wickedness. The Bible talks about that we're not supposed to be fellow takers and partakers with the works of darkness, but we're supposed to reprove them. We're supposed to openly rebuke them. And that's what I'm doing sitting up here on stage. I'm sounding my voice. I'm criticizing America. I'm calling America out for her foolery and her double standards. And if nobody else is going to stand with me to do that, then I'll be that controversial one, and I'll stand up for what's right if nobody else is going to join me in that. But fortunately, it seems like other people are starting to join with that message as well, such as some of the people in this chat down here. Let's see if anybody got something. Yeah, you're right, Lion of Judah. Right, Fit said, I feel like I work for nothing. Yeah, I hear you, man. There's a scripture that says, he that earns wages, he earns wages to put in a bag that's full of holes. Right, that's like what we're living into this day-to-day life. Living on pure bullshit garbage salary. Like, what I find funny? Like, I'm tired of hearing people talk about, well, I just want to, we want livable wages. That's what people are out here protesting for. We want livable wages. Well, hold up a second. Don't y'all want good wages? Like, why the hell settle for just livable wages? And what livable wages today? It's like barely being able to scrape by, getting food handouts from food banks, and being $40 behind on all your bills. Right, that's what is considered today to be living just day to day, right, week to week, right. That's livable wage into the modern world. That's bullshit right there. That is bullshit. I mean, shit, I see these memes on YouTube. Right, some of these meme channels, right? Like I saw one the other day. They were saying, well, this is my, parents or their parents when they were like 25, right? They're getting their own, nice house to start a family. And then it showed, him, right? Like him at 25. And a dude, can't even get together, $2.50 to get a damn, bar of soap or, shower shampoo or something, right? Or y'all saw the meme when it's about, explore and travel the world when you're young, they tell you. But then the guy's like, showing how poor he is. He's, in order to get the last drops of soap out of the shampoo bottle, he's, adding water into it just to get the last couple of drops of soap out. Because they can't afford to get another one. I mean, hey, we've all been there, right? Just a little sneak peek for people who are listening to this live stream. I'm working on a future video. I don't know when I could be able to record it, but I'm working on a project I have actually on my right here. You can hear it off in the distance. I have next to me here, it's a blackout box. And what this is I've been, doing my research on YouTube. Inside joke, shout out to the Joe Rogan Experience, if anybody saw that episode, right? But I did my research right on YouTube. Eddie Bravo. But anyway, I did a research into, having preparedness for like power outages and, the emergency stuff like that. So what I've seen is this popular trend on the internet where people are getting like a little box and like putting all types of like items in it that could be used for power outages. And it was ironic because the first time that I saw the video about like the blackout box and the concept, literally the day before there was a power outage here for like 3 hours. So it's just ironic that the day afterwards, I happened to see videos about it. So I was looking into it and I was like, oh, okay, well, I'll make my own. And I actually did a pretty good job, I think, which in the future, I'm going to do a whole video where I show you like the box I got and, all the items in it, and all what I would recommend, for making one of these. And it's really good to have, it doesn't even have to be just for prepping. It's good to just have in the house for like any day that you could lose electric or power, which can happen quite often, it seems. Like, hell, I'll give you an example. Like the house I used to live in, like last year, we literally would have the lights go out at least once a month for like an hour or so. Right? It was like up in the mountains area. So, typically when there's, weather down there that's bad, it would go out. Or I'll give you another example. When I used to live in Florida, we lived through what was there, Hurricane Matthew, I believe, or Hurricane Helene, or no, not Helene. That was the most recent one. Well, what was the one? Irma. That's what one. Hurricane Irma, back in 2017. Yeah, 2017, right? Hurricane Irma. And what happened was, the place we lived lost power for like 2 weeks. Now, fortunately for us, we stayed at a hotel, which actually pretty good. It was only $50 a night. I believe it was like a Best Western or something like that. But it's actually a pretty good deal. But we already arranged beforehand to stay there, so our price remained at like $50-$60. But people coming in afterwards, they got to pay like $100+ a night, which really by today's standards is actually really cheap. I mean, shit, there's literally hotels out here that want like $400 upwards of $10,000 for one night. Believe it or not, there's even a hotel out there that's $1 million for one night. Look that up. But this is going to be a project I'll show you all in the future. I'm not going to show you here, but just, to put that concept out there that it's a little blackout box and everything in this box will be able to get you through a power outage. Now, of course, it's designed for like maybe a day, but, you should have your other preps at home for a longer, emergency situation. But this is for like just, the random blackout that will happen like every month or so, especially if you live in like South America, in the, developing, nations around the world, or, the like Brazil or Argentina or, Haiti or, stuff like that, where typically power outages happen more often. Like shit, there's literally places on Earth, like say in like Africa or India, where you literally get like power outages like for 2 or 3 hours every single day. It's just part of life over there. They have power outages like 2 or 3 hours every single day. So just smart to have a blackout box that you can like put under the kitchen sink or the bathroom sink or maybe in the laundry room. And then if the lights ever do go out, you don't gotta, run around and try to find your candles or matches or lighters or flashlight. You already have a box prepared under the sink or on the shelf. Well, you already have everything in it. So it's just a little smart thing to invest in. I mean, for this, I probably spent, I would say about $50. I'd say I probably spent about $50 on the blackout box I got here now. But it's not even done yet. But I mean, it's like 80% done. But it's just a good thing to have around. Doesn't even have to be for prepping, but just for everyday usage, it should be at a accessible place in your house. Let me see. Yeah, Diane said so many are struggling. It's getting to be normal. Yeah, I hear you. It's like out here, it seems like being poor and struggling seems to be the norm in, the modern day America. Like, I'll give you an example. A lot of you don't know that, in the States, bear with me a second. Like, one out of like four children have to go to bed hungry at night, because families can't afford to put food on the table, and it's sad. But things are getting bad out here. Like, shit, let me tell you something. Like, I went to McDonald's the other day because I'm trying to collect some of them limited time Minecraft figures. And someone tell me how to damn kids meal. If you want the nuggets, they want $8 for that. If you get the burger, it's like six something. But if you want the nugget pack in there, it's like $8. It's like, damn, I know chicken went up, but I didn't know it went up, nearly $2 damn. Let's see. I mean, if y'all keep bringing questions and comments, I'll keep the stream going for another couple minutes. But it's going to depend on the chat here. If there's questions or comments that keep coming in, I'll keep it up. But let's see. Jay said, my hours got pushed back and they haven't given me a raise, even though they said they would. Then they give me a raise to these. Oh, well, I can't read that on here. Maybe I should have read it before I put it on the screen. Yeah, you're right, man. Right? He said the rich get richer, lazy lives on welfare checks, and the middle class struggles. Yeah, this is bullshit out here. As I said, the 300-pound, 400-pound land whales out here, having a whale of a time living on that SSI checks. Hey, look, they don't got to worry about life's insecurities. They get social security. But guess what? Those of us out here that are putting in those hours, those of us out here that are, breaking our back for this bullshit system, we've had enough, especially my generation, right? Generation Z, right? We're the generation that bosses fear. Because we'll tell the boss he can F off. We'll tell him that to his face. And then we'll trash the store as well. That's what my generation will do, right? Shit, I've seen plenty of clips out here, right? Somebody get fired, go on a damn rampage and destroy the damn store. Not mad that they got fired, but just to, get back at the boss, for treating them bad at work. And these bosses don't deserve respect. Now, how are you going to tell me that my labor isn't even enough to get me a damn, Happy Meal, for Christ's sake, or a damn Subway sandwich? Like, seriously, I've been there and I've done that. I bust my balls in the hot Florida sun making $8 an hour. And then in 2 days I'll get like like $112 for 16 hours of work. Thinking to myself, is this really worth busting my balls over? And this is like literally not even enough to get like anything nice out of it. This is bullshit right here. Somebody got to stand up and expose this system. We're starting to do that. And they're getting scared. Because they see people are starting to wake up and question the lies that they've been fed. They're getting scared. And you can see that. That's why they start, to censor what we're talking about on the internet, because they don't want people to start questioning the mainstream narrative. This brother said, they worked the hell out of me, 8 hours of pain and 1 hour of pay. Can't even cover a movie theater trip. I make 15 an hour here in Illinois. Oh, let me tell you this. Like, that's ironic to bring up the theater. I went to see the Minecraft movie, which actually I've seen it 2 times now. I went on the night before the grand opening, and I just went, I want to say maybe 4 days ago, I went to see it the second time. But someone tell me how on the first time I went to go see it, the tickets, $13, $14. All right, fair enough. But the popcorn, they wanted literally for a little popcorn bucket and like a little souvenir drink cup, they want like $25 for that. It's like, wait, what? Hold up a second. You want $25 for a little, preschooler size pack of popcorn and a little souvenir cup? $25 for that? Like, didn't it cost like 10 cents to make those? And 20 cents for the popcorn kernels? I mean, this is getting stupid out here, man. I mean, shit, the fast food's not even cheap anymore. It's like getting a whole, like, let me rephrase myself. Fast food isn't cheap anymore, right? For one person, you're going to be paying like $15, $20 just to feed yourself, let alone a family at these fast food restaurants. Let's see. Oh, Luke said over 10% of Australians are on welfare. Welfare costs the taxpayer over $200 billion a year. Yeah, that's a bullshit. It's a pure bullshit. Let's see. Yeah, I hear what you're saying, Lion of Judah. I hear what you're saying, man. I can't address every comment here because there's a lot coming in, but I'll just skim through. Yeah, it says spent $40 in groceries in 2 days. Yeah, I hear you, man. Shit, I'm over here. I'm over here, have to spend, like $100 in groceries with 4 people. Again, it sounds like a lot, but that's not much, man. Living over here with these prices, that's not a lot, right? That doesn't go very far. Like, even at the damn Dollar Tree, or we got something out here called a grocery outlet, which you get stuff, cheap, right? Cheap prices. But it doesn't last very long. Yeah, that's a good comment. Diane said, some new trucks are costing $100,000. Things are insane. Yeah, that's crazy to think about that. There's cars out here that literally, $100,000. There's some cars, like, what are they, Ferraris or, the Teslas? They're like 200 to 250 grand. Believe it or not, there's even a car in the world that's like $1 billion, or, $100 million. Look it up. Actually, Mr. Beast, right, Jimmy, actually did a video showing off the most expensive cars, and the one they showed in there was the $100 million one. I recommend looking that video up. It's a cool video, but you can actually see the cars I'm talking about here. There's damn expensive cars out there. It's like, how the hell are there people out there to have, like, multiple damn cars? I mean, shit, we're out here driving around, a piece of trash from the early 2000s. Yeah, the damn roof is caving in on the car. Gotta blow the tires, put air in them every couple days. And, the damn window fell out of its own frame inside of the damn frame. Have to tape it up with duct tape. I mean, this is real bad out here. This is bullshit out here. This is bullshit. And I'm getting tired of the disconnect. I'm getting tired of the have-nots out here like myself. Let me tell you something. Last year I went to Jenkinson's Beach over here in Jersey, and we came across this millionaire. This guy got big off of, like, I believe he invested in like Apple or something like that. We met this guy at the beach. He was like, "Oh yeah, I just bought this, property right here on the beach for like $2 million for this literal, one bedroom apartment house. $2 million for a one bedroom apartment just next to the beach." And then he was like, "Oh yeah, I already got 20 million in the bank." At least he was nice and gave us his pass to let us go onto the beach for free, so we didn't have to pay $60. So credit to him for that. It was nice to do that. But think about that. There's people like that living in luxury, don't have to worry about don't got to worry about life's insecurities. And those of us out here, we got to live that daily grind and struggle. And we're, what? I'm gonna tap out, right? I'm not feeling like continuing this bullshit in this society. I don't feel like working another 40 years. That's this bullshit. This is a scam. And anybody that can't call that out, that person is just delusional. Or that person is just delusional, in the words of that Inside Out character. What is his name? Mad or something like that, right? Angry. Which I hear that's actually a pretty good movie, by the way. Let's see. Yeah, shit, I hear you. I hear you, Luke. I hear you. But tires ain't cheap, man. Right? Tires ain't cheap. It's much more affordable in order to just blow the air back in the tire and just put a damn plug on it or something. At least for a short fix. I mean, it ain't gonna last long, but it help you get through to maybe the next check or something when you can afford to repay them. I mean, tires are expensive out here. Like, I see tires going for like, what are they, $150, some of these brands for just one tire, not even talking about two of them. Yeah, you can get secondhand tires. Like, I'll give you an example. Once we got secondhand tires, but the dude gave us tires that already had a nail in it. And it literally went flat like 2 days later. But they were like, "Oh, we can't, give you your money back because you drove away with them." It's like, well, dude, that the damn tire had a nail in it when you put it on the damn car. You know what I'm saying? So, sure, you can use secondhand tires, but you got to be careful with you got to be careful with it. That's all I can say. Or you got to be careful with the sources they're coming from. Let me see here. Yeah, that's right, Diane. I said it depends on the size of the tires too. Good point, Lion of Judah said the Industrial Revolution wanted people to breed kids to give the rich people extra workers. That's why they come up with the education system. Yeah, you're right. I mean, shit, now they claim that the population is decreasing because people don't want to have kids anymore. I mean, shit, I don't blame people for not wanting to have kids. That's it's a smart move today, right? It's a smart move to not have children. And everybody's in their own, different financial circumstance. I mean, hell, some men can have multiple children and multiple wives as well, right? But not every man can do that. It's just everybody's circumstance is different. So it needs to be, handled in everybody's own personal circumstance. As for me and my recommendation, I'd say don't have children. But it's funny. I saw the meme the other day. I wish I could show it on here, but I can't. But the meme was like, guy was like so relieved when he realized this on the meme. He was like, "When I think about how bad and how hard my life is, then I remember there's people out there that are my age who have children." And the guy was like so relieved that he doesn't have kids. I mean, you can't blame him. Shit, like I know, the ex-girl that I was dealing with, which we're still friends today, um, but her friend, I believe her name, well, I'm not gonna say it on here, but I recently heard that she had a child recently, and then the sister of the girl I was dealing with, she just had her child maybe 2 months ago as well. And, it's funny that you look at the guys that they are with right now in a relationship, and you can tell these guys, they're they ain't gonna be there for very long. And I don't mean that to be disrespectful or or impolite. And I certainly don't wish that upon the mothers as well. But it's just keeping it real. You look at these scum, right, walking around, and you can tell these guys ain't gonna be, in that child's life for very long. But hopefully I'm wrong on that, Lo. I hope I'm not right. But it just seems like that, like the vibes you get from it, you know what I'm saying? I mean, shit. So you see them out there having children. I mean, like, shit. I'm out here taking Paul's advice, right? He said it's good for a man to not even marry a woman. So hell, I'll take Apostle Paul's advice on that, especially in today's day and age with the situation going on right now. I mean, you can't even think about, like, I remember Galapagos brought this up. Like, think about how brain rotted kids are right now today. Little 5-year-olds out there, buying skibbity toilet toys from Walmart. Thinking to myself, hold up a second. Somebody out there is actually making money off of selling skibbity toys at Walmart. I mean, you can't be serious. Like, I mean, Fortnite's one thing. That's actually, makes people use their brain to think, right? It's like a strategy game. But the things out here now that are entertaining the masses and the kids, it's really sad. It's really sad. And it's funny, like, so we brought up earlier on the stream when I had people up here. We made a joke about how everybody has that 30-second attention span. And even the dude that came up here, I think his name was like Black Sheep or something like that. It was like, oh, yeah, I got that TikTok attention span. Right. I got that. It's hilarious. Let's see. Okay. Let's see. You know what I'll do, I know I already said this an hour ago, but I mean it for real this time. I'm gonna go to 4 hours. I gotta wrap it up exactly at 4 hours because my OCD, I don't like the uneven numbers. Which again, I know that's the excuse I gave last time. Hey, when the comments come in, you gotta, give the people answers. Gotta give responses. And it's I don't get to stream a whole lot, right? I don't get to do a whole lot of streams. Again, as I said, I'm living in a real Brazil style slum. I'm hot bunking a bed with 4 people, submarine style. May as well call it a damn land ship. Land ship. Inside joke, right? Shout out to that guy, David, right? IDL if he's listening. that dummy. Oh, well, Deuteronomy 28:16, 68, it could have been land ships. Is that what that dummy tried to tell me and Shrek? We had him on like 3 years ago. Like land ships, what the hell is that? Never heard of such a thing. That sounds like some type of, Star Wars, craft or something like that. Shit, at least to me, that's what it sounds like. Diane said Bill Gates even said AI will be replacing most jobs, even doctors. I mean, to some degree, uh, they're gonna replace some jobs, but it's not gonna be as insane as people think it is. Like, say for instance, for Christ's sake, there's robots out here that they got, cleaning the floors at Walmart. But I mean, it's not like, they doing everything completely on their own. They still need human interaction in some way or another. But yeah, in some ways they're gonna replace some jobs, but it's not gonna be as crazy as, people might think. They're always gonna need that human labor. And it's much cheaper to use the human labor. compared to, buying, the 200 grand, robot to do it. You know what I'm saying? But sure, to some degree or another, they'll use those. Let's see. Man, after this, I gotta hop on Call of Duty after this. So, well, yeah, go 20 more minutes. Let me just check something in the back. All right, there we go. Just grab my drink over here. Man, I happen to notice it's actually getting dark a little bit later now. Like I remember it used to get dark maybe like a month and a half ago. Used to get dark at um like 4 or 5, right? But now it's like, almost 8:30. And it's, still technically light out right now. I mean, getting dark, but it's still technically light. Mm. I'm gonna check something in the back real quick. I don't know if y'all be able to hear me or not. Yeah, I'll tell you what, I didn't think I'd be on here for 4 damn hours tonight. I believe I even said at the beginning of the stream that I anticipated on it being about like an hour or so. I didn't expect so many people to join tonight's stream. I mean, hell, maybe it's because it's the weekend, or maybe because it's an early stream, like early in the day. I believe it started at like 4:30, 5 o'clock, something like that. Um, typically I do streams at like 12, 11, 1 o'clock in the morning. That's usually the time I get available to me in order to to do it. But today I had the opportunity to go live early, so I was I took the opportunity to do so. Mm. I'm gonna put this on over here in the background. Excuse the PS4 noise if you hear that in the background. I'm just putting that on, so I got that ready for me. I need to get a damn new microphone for that. Like a volume mic, so you can actually talk to other people you're playing with. Um, I had one. I believe I had like the Sony one. Like if you go on Amazon, look it up, like a $20 cheap Sony headset. I had that one. They work pretty good, but I mean, you got to replace them like at least like once a year, maybe get a little longer out. Like typically when you use headphones, one side of the headphone will die out, and then you got like maybe 2 months of use before the other side goes out. So a minimalist like myself, and a person who doesn't have a lot of money to spend, what I'll do is just use the damn headphone with one side working until it dies, and then I gotta buy another one. Or you can get really creative and you can try to like tape the side of the headphone that where stopped working. You can wiggle around the cord, and if you do it in the right spot, it might bring the volume back again. Again, these are some of the living standards that some of us poor people have to resort to. You know what I'm saying? Like anybody else out there that is actually doing okay, they'd be able to go out and buy a damn new headphone, or even two new headphones or something. But shit, I'm over here trying to listen with one side working, and then trying to wiggle the cord on the other side to get that back working, and then tape it up again. It's pathetic. It's pathetic, the lows that we have to go to today. Shit, I'll give you another example, right? Like I saw this cool hack. What you can do is, like a 12-pack beer box. You can take that and yeah, you can take that, take all the beers out and the middle divider, and just put two garbage bags in the box, and then put the divider back, put the beers back, and then put ice over them, and now you got yourself a makeshift ice box. I was like, shit, that's not a bad idea. I'm gonna have to do that when I get beers or what are those drinks? The Mexican Gerados. Y'all know what I'm talking about. The glass Mexican drinks that has the pottery on the front of it. Those are pretty good. I believe we got one of them on the fridge over there. Gonna have to drink that soon. Shit, I'll give you another one, man. This is another life hack for my gamers out there. If you're ever playing a game and need your snacks, like say like goldfish or like a Chex Mix or something small like that or peanuts or something. Instead of putting your fingers in the bag, getting all dirty and getting the controller all greasy, all you got to do is just pour it into a little cup, like a little throwaway plastic cup, and you can just pour them in your mouth. And guess what? Now you don't got to worry about getting your hands all messed up and all oily or sticky to play games. Really good life hack right there. I'll give you another one. Saw this other life hack where if you don't want to dirty the plate and you're just using, like maybe you put in like cookies on the plate or something that has crumbs or soggy in some way or another or whatever, maybe even bread or sandwich. You can take the plate, whether it be, plastic or glass, and just put some of that, thin sheet over it, like the not the tin foil, but you ever saw that like thin plastic sheet that people use as like food wrap or something like that? Just put that over the plate maybe once or twice, and guess what? Now all you got to do at the end when you're done eating, just take the wrap out and throw it away, and now the plate is still clean. I mean, hey, it saves you from having to do all of those all them dishes. I need you to ask you play on PC. No, I actually don't have a computer. Believe that or not, I don't have a computer. I only have a PS4 and I have two phones. Not because I need two phones, but because I can't get Discord on the one, but I can on the other, and it gives me a problem connecting my one phone to this phone. So that's why I got two phones. Otherwise, I would prefer to have one. Um, yeah, I've personally never been into computers, right? Personally, I've never liked computers. Man, I remember back in elementary school, we always would have computer day on Fridays, right? We'd always have computer day on Fridays, which you should know what that is, right? Basically, like for an hour, instead of like, PE time or art class or music class, you can go to the computer lounge and play on computers for an hour, like go to Starfall or, cartoonnetwork.com or, applejacks.com. Those are what I used to play on. And, I remember I was always hide underneath the table and my uncle would have to come, fish me out, because I didn't want to go to school on Fridays to play computer. Hell, most kids would be happy to go on computer, but me personally, I've never been into computers, right? I always had a dislike of computers. I don't know why, but it just did. And shit, even today, I'm not a computer person. Like shit, I'll tell you what, I could tell you the ins and outs of using a tablet or a phone, but you put me before a computer, I wouldn't even know how to send a damn email on a computer. Now, the only thing I know about the computer is looking up YouTube and looking up things on Google. But if we get anything more complex than that, then shit, I'm gonna need a teacher to teach me. Oh man, right there's man, I can't even say that. Let me see. Judah said I paid 27 at the movies too. Yeah, I hear you, man. It's expensive. Brother said you can't even have a wife now. The women want extra stuff due to inflation. Inflation makes groceries go up and women's standards to rise as well. I mean, hell, man, that's no exaggeration out here, right? It's crazy out here. You know what the standards that women, hold a man up to these days. It's that's why a lot of men are just dropping out of dating, rather just sit around and, play games and just watch stuff online all day. You know, that's and you can't blame guys for that. Like who the hell wants to date anymore today? First of all, relationships don't last anymore today, right? Relationships don't last. I mean, shit. Literally everybody I know, by like say 95% of people that are in relationships, literally, if you come back to them in 5 or 10 years, they won't be in a relationship anymore. Matter of fact, I'll give you an example. Like, there's somebody that I know down in Florida who got married and they literally got divorced within 3 months of a marriage. I was like, wow. So y'all literally spent like, 60 grand on a damn wedding and, got divorced within 3 months of marriage. Like how the hell did y'all not get along before the marriage and decide to go along with the marriage? You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't get that. It's just pathetic, the shit that's going on out here. Yeah, I hear you, Luke. It's good to teach them self-defense. The defense, yeah. Oh boy, look who's here. Which he showed up 4 hours late. He showed up 4 hours late. But he said, question: if a soul is lost, who is the real loser, the soul or the maker? Well, that's your problem, Ace, is you don't understand that the God of the Bible said that he made some people for vengeance. Like the Apocrypha says that some souls have been created for vengeance. The Bible says, Proverbs 16, verse 4, it says, the Lord have created all things for himself, even the wicked for the day of evil. So God said that he made some people for the day of evil. That's your misconception. You think that God is like all lollipops and cream and rainbows and unicorns and kisses. But that's your delusion, right? You're under a delusion, right? Again, in the words of Anger, right, from Inside Out, right? You are delusional, right? You are delusional. Should look up that clip if you don't know what I'm talking about. Right, but hey, look, Ace, you are delusional. Same thing with Preterist and Jill, and all these other knuckleheads that we commonly criticize. What's this other cat? Jake the A-hole, Jeranism, Al Lazar, Jackass 77. Praise the I Am. I mean, we could keep going on and on and on about all these, different knuckleheads and so-called Bible teachers on the internet that are, just, as Shrek would say, mentally retarded. We're slow in the head. It's really funny. It's really funny. And some of these knuckleheads on the internet, they're trying to teach people the Bible. Like how the hell is Ace going to read the Bible and tell you that the Bible teaches that everybody in the world can be saved or will be saved? He's not only saying they can be saved, but they all will be saved. So you mean to tell me, like, say, for instance, the atheist dude that came up here earlier and says, hey, look, the Bible's not true. Jesus isn't real. So he's being saved now, too? What about a raging atheist? Oh, God absolutely isn't real. He's being saved now, too? I mean, come on, man. There comes a point where you got to just acknowledge that you don't know what's going on. And Ace will be like, oh, I got socks older than you, ETT. It's like, okay, but why is it that a guy that's younger than your socks is coming up here and, whooping your ass? Like, I mean, seriously, I have to watch what I say when I go on Ace Fio's channel because I don't want to get the stream flagged for elderly abuse. Like seriously, I have to watch what I say. I have to tone down my argument level and my statements on there because I don't want to get flagged for abuse. Just by pointing out how wrong somebody is. Right? Oh, got socks older than you, ETT. I mean, first of all, how the hell have you had socks for like the last quarter of a century and you haven't got new socks? I mean, shit, I feel so bad for that guy. I might as well spend my last $20 and send the dude, 2 new packs of socks or something. You know what I'm saying? Like shit, I feel bad. I feel bad for that guy. I mean, shit, I feel so bad that maybe I should send that dude some fan mail and send him a couple of packs of socks, for Christ's sake. I mean, seriously, Ace, take some of that Social Security money and go buy some socks, man. Just a friendly advice to you. All right. But anyway, I don't want to get too carried away. I'm just messing around with Ace. Don't take it seriously. But something you should take seriously, though, Ace, is maybe you should consider about the Bible doesn't actually teach that everybody's going to be saved. That's something you're clearly incorrect on. Let's see. But where do you teach that, Luke? Yeah, that's a fair point, Diane. They said, Diane, are you a he or a she? I'm pretty sure it's a she, right? Diane. I know a woman named Diane, right? So I'm pretty sure Diane is a female, but I'll allow them to confirm that just so I don't misrepresent them. They said because people, when dating, weren't honest with one another. Yeah, that's true, right? People seem to be dishonest with each other these days. Okay. So the stream will be wrapping up in 5 minutes. So once again, if there's any last minute question or comment, this is your last chance to get it in because the stream will be closing in 5 minutes. Man, this was a good one tonight. I recommend hitting that subscribe button and that like button if you all enjoyed the stream. Anybody welcome to re-upload the live stream or take clips. I don't have a problem with that. I do ask though if you could give me the credit for it. It may be in the description or the comments, but I don't flag other people, putting up content. I find that to be childish, and just that's not what a real man of God would do. A man that's concerned with people, learning the truth wouldn't be concerned about people putting up their clips. Oh, hold on a second. I just got a message on Discord. Let me just check it out real quick. Oh man. Galapagos. Shout out to my man Galapagos if he's listening. I see you out there, man Galapagos. Unfortunately, you couldn't call in tonight, but hey, shout out to my man Galapagos. He just sent a message on the Discord and he said, ETT, I was listening, I was watching your stream and laughed out loud when you brought up land ships. And then he put like a gift from Star Wars where you see like a ship that's like gliding over the terrain. Yeah, that's what I was talking about earlier, right? Land ships, right? The dude must be talking about that damn, Star Wars, ship or something like that. Right, but I mean, seriously, oh man, shit, has anybody even seen Galapagos? Or I mean, excuse me, not the Galapagos, David, right? David IDL. Has anybody even seen that dude? Like, I mean, seriously, I know the dude's having, heart issues and stuff like that. So, just like a general question, has anybody even seen that dude around? Last thing I knew, the dude's out there, flipping houses, making big dollars. But dude ain't doing too well as far as his health goes, which isn't funny, but just true. Just what's going on. Let's see. Yeah, I hear you, Luke. I didn't say why you're teaching it. I asked where you teach it. That's what I said. Okay. But yeah, Galapagos, that's exactly what I was thinking of, that picture you showed there. Man, you read me like a book there. That's the exact image I was thinking about in my head. I've never been into the Star Wars movies, but I remember that scene from what was it? The ERB, right? ERB Dark Vader, which I can't say the other guy he's up against, but look it up. You'll see what I'm talking about. This is the third one, which I recommend watching all three of them. But if you watch the third one, they show you that exact scene in there in the beginning. But anyway, it's been 4 hours. I'm going to wrap the stream up there. If anybody made it to the end, put hashtag $. If anybody made it to the end. But anyway, I'm going to say shalom.